former leader of that group. And so when we arrived, a few young men came and they started complaining that their sons, their brothers were killed. And then this lady is now benefiting by NGOs coming to give her money, and their people died. So it was a situation that we felt at risk because we were research assistants for a student, and the guys were already agitated. We even explaining ourselves was difficult. They want to attack the lady. They want to like ask her for the money she has been given. So the environment was a bit hostile. We had to abandon that research and call that lady now to a different safer zone so that we can carry on that research. Thank you.
Excellent. And sometimes you even leave research in favor of your own safety. It's not like you must have that doctorate, not under that title, not over your dead body. Yeah. So you have to think about yourself even as you think. You are also a human person. You have to remember to respect yourself and be just to yourself. Yes.
My question has to do with minors, eliciting consent or working with minors like unaccompanied children, and the intersection with incentives and persons in vulnerable conditions. So how do you, I don't know if you understand the nexus I'm trying to achieve. How do you give incentives to people that are already minors, but then they're in vulnerable conditions?
Excellent. Now you're just creating a worse situation. We have said giving even to people who are not vulnerable at all is bad enough. So if you are giving to people who are vulnerable, either because of age or because of their health situation or because of their mental, you are worsening the situation. I didn't get into this because we don't have time, but when you are respecting persons, we know that there are persons who have what is called diminished autonomy. They have less, they are still human persons, but they have less ability to take care of themselves. So we say they have diminished autonomy, people like children. And so for you to do research with children, you need to get consent, not from the children. Sometimes they may be young anyway, you can't get consent, but from the people who take care of them. Now, we are getting there. But I thought I was getting there, but it's okay.
I just mean unaccompanied minors in migrating on their own. Yes. Pardon? Unaccompanied minors migrating, taking long distance journeys.
The more issues this person has, the more vulnerable they become. The more vulnerable they are, the more you, the researcher, should protect them. At whatever cost, the more you should protect them. So your process of informed consent would actually be, I'm trying to put this quickly so that we move because we need to finish, but it moves in stages. You have to ask yourself, who is responsible for this child, for example? This child is an immigrant. They are on their own. They are here in the US, for example, and they don't have their parents. They were rescued from some war zone. Who is responsible for this child? And the person who is responsible is the one who is going to give the consent on behalf of that child. It can't be that child because the child has no idea even what is happening. But you must find the very exact person whose interest is in that child to the most. If the mother is there, they'll say the parent. If the parent is not there, there must be somebody. If there is nobody at all, then it means that child is even more vulnerable, at the least, at the most extent of vulnerability. And at that point, governments of the specific spaces where that person is entirely responsible for protecting that child. And that is where the international law comes in. The international law is supposed to protect human beings wherever they are, so that when you are removed from your spaces of comfort, from people who can protect you. The government of the specific space where you are studying is supposed to take care of you and protect your interests. We move. We change gears and move to what is called research misconduct. There are only three things: plagiarism, falsification, fabrication. This constitutes research misconduct. And it comes in writing of publications, in writing of theses, in writing of reports. It's at the point of writing. It's not at the point of collecting data and all that. What's plagiarism? Somebody?
I would think plagiarism is passing off someone else's work as your own.
Passing somebody else's work as your own. Simple. So you have picked somebody's idea and you are presenting it as if it is yours. Yeah. Falsification. When we come to falsification, let's first finish with plagiarism. You borrow idea from another, but you don't acknowledge. It means you are saying, this is my work. So reference, reference, reference. That's the strategy not to be plagiarizing. If you don't want to plagiarize, reference, reference, reference. Because if you don't reference, you are posing as if that is your work. It is somebody else's work, so it's not your creativity. It's not your original work. In essence, you're actually stealing somebody else's work and posing as if it were yours. And here we even talk about co-authorship. We've seen situations where we've written a whole paper, it's complete, and then we remember, oh, my supervisor. He will not be very happy to see that I've published and I didn't write his name. So up, you put their name there. The supervisor sees it and is very happy. That supervisor is plagiarizing. That is not their work, but they are posing as if it is their work. It is not their work. If it is their work, they would have been part of the development of that paper, or they would have been part of critically looking at the paper and changing this and that, not just putting their name there. Ideas may be borrowed directly or indirectly. When you borrow ideas directly, you put it inside quotes, because you are saying, I'm not just borrowing the idea, I'm also borrowing the way I express the idea. There is originality in expression of ideas, and there is originality in ideas. So you can borrow an idea, and you also borrow the expression of that idea, the language. In that case, it has to be inside quotation marks or indented if it's a long quotation. If you just borrow the idea, but you don't borrow the expression, you use your own words to express the same idea, you are still borrowing an idea, so you still need to reference. But this time, you don't have to use quotation marks. Very often people think that if you borrow an idea, as long as you put it in your own words, it's not plagiarism. It is still plagiarism. The ideas which are general knowledge or which are already out there, you don't need to reference those ones. And if you are honest, if you have integrity, you know an idea which is out there and available for everybody, and you know an idea which is original to another author. A statement like, the president of Kenya is Dr. William Ruto, then you put a reference, we wonder what is wrong with you. That is open information. You don't need to reference anybody. It's there, it's out there. There's certain information that is general knowledge, it has already been used and used. You don't need to reference it. But there will be that idea And you know it because you can see how brilliant the idea is. That is not your idea. Even if you put it in your mother tongue, it is not your idea. Please give ownership. So it's an academic offense. It is very serious. It's punishable by law, specifically the intellectual property rights. Is it always deliberate? Sometimes people don't know. But at your level, at doctoral level, you can say, I don't know. There's a point at which you can say, I don't know. If you're an undergraduate student and you haven't done it, and you say, I didn't know, it's okay. I'll let it go. At master's level, depending on how it is, I may say, okay, don't do it again. But at doctoral level, we expect you to know. So you should know. Because we can't always be saying, I don't know. There's a point at which we expect you to know. If you are a mother, we expect you to know certain things. If you say you don't know them, we wonder what kind of a mother you are, isn't it? The same thing. If you're a doctoral student, you say you didn't know it was plagiarism, we wonder, what do you mean? Fabrication. Generating fake data. Somebody gave an illustration there. Yeah. You decide going to the field is very tiring. Let me just sit and cook the data physically. And you cook and you end up with your results.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Just a quick one on the previous one. You know, let's say you're reading an academic journal, you see this person has cited this other thing, maybe even in quotes, direct quote. Then, okay, you like that thing that they have cited. But then when you go to try to find it, maybe it's behind a paywall, you can't find it. And then what do you do? Can I cite this? Because I realized that when you say in whoever, then you don't like it. So what do I do then?
Thank you. Yeah, sometimes you see a quotation in a book by John or by Mary. It's so good, it's so appropriate, you want it. Your first obligation is to find it in the original work. They have said they have quoted Susan, find Susan and quote Susan directly because they may have made an error somewhere. You don't want to repeat that error. They may have picked it out of context, the way somebody said you quoted something and it turned out they were saying the opposite thing. You don't want that. Look for the original author. If for some reason, as you have said, you can't get the original author, at that point, you'd be allowed to say, as quoted by John in, it is by Susan as quoted by John in this, you see. But now that now becomes, you know what happens with gossip. If I have something, I tell you and you tell you and you tell you, it gets distorted as it goes on. So that then becomes less powerful. You have something, but it is not as powerful as if you got it from Susan. It becomes diluted. Does that help? Yes. So some people think you can sit and write a thesis from your desk, and some successfully do it, and they defend. However, what I know is that it's much, much easier to do research than to sit and cook. Cooking is very difficult. You actually have to be a genius to cook and succeed. To cook and win, unless there are flaws. Of course, we know there are many flaws along the way. Some supervisors may not read the work. Some examiners don't read, they'll just give results. Some oral defenses are fake. So there may be many loopholes that allow you to. But in a genuine system, to cook a thesis is very difficult. Because remember, if you say your sample size was 382 in page 1, page 200, it has still to be 382. You must have a very photographic mind to remember. We were at 382. We said 189 are men, what are women. Of these women, of these 189 women, so many, you have to do that modeling at the table. Why not do the study? Yeah. It's actually very, very difficult. And actually, I say, if you do it and you succeed through the process, it is as good as doing research. You have actually tortured yourself enough. Because those figures never rhyme when you have cooked. Even the story changes. The story in the beginning was this, then along the way, it changes into something else. Because remember, with the thesis or with research, you're moving with objectives. Objective 1 is to do this. So I did this. And when I did this, I got these results. And with these results, I am making this conclusion. And out of this conclusion, here is my recommendation. That flow gets lost when you are cooking. Otherwise, you have to be very, very sharp to take one objective at a time and move with it all the way. And take the figure of 382 and move with it along the way as you split it. Objective 2, the splitting is different. It's not the same one with objective 1. Now the demographics are changing. How do you keep up? But anyway, there's fabrication. Is it always deliberate? Yes. You can never fabricate without knowing what you are doing. Then there is falsification. Unlike fabrication, here now you do the research. You do it. But when it comes to writing the results, you select data towards your desired end. You want your study to say that smoking is associated with lung cancer. So you take all the results, and any result that's saying otherwise, you push it. You push it. It was 98%, you bring it down. You keep interfering with the data and picking that which is speaking to what you want and leaving that which is not speaking to what you want. And we begin it even at literature review. We are doing our literature review, we found this gap, or this was your gap. As you are writing your study and reading more literature, you find literature which is actually addressing the gap. You know, you feel like throwing that book very far. So you put it back in the shelves and hope nobody ever get to see it. That is falsification. Pull that out, sit with it, read it, you will still find your gap. Most probably, you will still be able to find your gap, except it will be sharper. You will sharpen your gap, yeah? So sometimes we falsify. Sometimes we falsify because we don't know, especially students. But again, doctoral students, you must know. We don't expect that you don't know. I have seen a lot of students supporting hypotheses. I don't know where we get the idea that hypothesis, I don't know whether it's the null hypothesis that must stand or something. There's a misconception somewhere that this hypothesis must stand. If it doesn't, you have a problem. Or you have read literature and all literature is pointing at this hypothesis. So when your data begins saying otherwise, you say, you push it back online. Now, unfortunately, in doing that, you miss an opportunity to make breakthrough research. Because if actually you do research and you've done it well, and it goes against all the research that we know, instantly you become a hero. But we don't get new research because we are always keeping to the safe ground. Yeah. Falsification. So please avoid falsification. Stay with your data. Stay true to your data. If it says A, find out why is it saying A when everybody else said B. In the process of answering that question, new insights will come and you'll be surprised at how breakthrough your proposal is. Now, sometimes we think ethics is only about data collection and meeting with study participants. And respecting persons is about meeting persons face to face, but it's also about the way we report. And when we look at a text, we can tell a text that is respecting human persons and a text that is not respecting human persons. A text that is biased, a text that is not. Sometimes we can even read a text and see wrong science, bad science. I'm requesting you to quickly read this in 2-3 minutes and tell me if there are any ethical issues you can see in the research that produced that report. This is only an extract from a report. So just read it and see if you can see any ethical issues in the research that is being reported. What ethics issues do you see? Yes. Say, is it okay? Let's listen.
The conclusion is that the Negro is more objective and the Caucasian is more subjective. Then they say that the Negro has lower faculties and the Caucasian, the higher. Objective, the objective, the Negro being objective and then giving them lower mental faculties. It's like, okay, they have come up with a conclusion that the Negro is more objective, then they are forcing issues to fit their racist agenda and saying that the Negro has lower mental faculties. I don't know, it's confusing. Then, and Caucasian, the same way.
So you expected if they are objective, then they have higher mental faculties. Okay, somebody else? Yes.
To me, when I look at it, one, the language itself is it's bad. And then also, I feel like it builds into a stereotype when it comes to reporting.
Wonderful, it builds into a stereotype.
Exactly what I was going to say. But in addition to that, it seems like the research was conducted to, it still boils down to this: enforce a particular stereotype from the society. Because if he was a research, he might have found out something different. And that goes against this principle of justice that you mentioned, distributing good and bad equally for your respondents.
Excellent. Anybody else?
Thank you. I equally wanted to comment on the language. It's a little bit demeaning, so respect for human persons, it's kind of lacking. And also the beneficence, the issue of, is this really what he would want spoken about him? Is also coming out like he is not being good and is not doing good, and equally justice is lacking. Thank you.
Respect, justice, all the principles. You want to say something? All the principles have been violated.
Yes, I also observed that the language is racial. It's not really good, and I also observe a situation of labeling. It's labeling a particular group. So that is the unethical issue observed.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll stop here because we need to move. And you've actually pointed out the key issues. But one of the other key issues which I noted, which is very bad, is that from the deduced difference between the functions of the anterior and posterior association centers, that is science, we assume they were looking at some they were scientifically looking at some brains. But now they say, and from the known characteristics of the two races. Which are these known characteristics? Exactly. So they are building on stereotypes. From the known, they want to mix science with gossip and malice, and then come up with a conclusion. They wanted this conclusion. That's what I can see. So there's even fabrication here. There is falsification, all towards reaching a specific end. And you can imagine what harm that end has caused to humanity, particularly to the Black race, many, many years after this study was conducted. That is what research can do. So why do we fabricate? That was 1906. This is 2023. A Japanese scientist. Is it Japanese? Yes. A Japanese scientist. You can look for this online. So we don't have to talk about it now because we don't have time. But if you go online and look for that, you can read the whole story of what she did and how she ended up with specific conclusions as she wanted them to be. It's very disturbing. So what are the consequences of unethical research? Why do we say unethical research is not good? Even that which is fabricated or falsified, why do we say it's not good? Because it has many serious implications on study populations, the people who are being studied. It has implications on study communities. It has implications on researchers, it has implications on journals, on institutions, on publishers. It has very bad negative implications on all these people. And some of those implications can last forever. Like we are saying, the African mind, for example, continues to require decolonizing so many years later, just because of some harm that was done by some researchers a while back. So there will even be retractions. Somebody said they would like to know more about retractions. If your study has unethical research, elements of unethical research, elements of research misconduct, and it is flawed, it is determined to be flawed to a significant extent. It's not your study, you claimed it's yours, so it was published as yours. You said this is what science said, that is not what science said. If they are serious flawed, an article can be retracted even 100 years later. It is possible to move for expansion of the study in 1906, and it can be retracted. There's a process. As long as you show that there are serious flaws, thank you. As long as you're able to show that there are serious flaws. Now, there are two kinds of expansion. It may be you may be allowed to expurge it, particularly if it was not intended. If you can show it was not intended, you are not deliberately doing this. You may be given opportunity to request to retract the article. And of course, because the article has gone out already, what happens is that that journal, a copy of the journal may be taken, and then the pages where your article exists are canceled out with some watermarks, and it is written expurged. And then a number of copies are released into the market with that expulsion. Of course, there are those copies which went earlier, which means they are still there. But the idea is to make sure that this information, that this article has been expurged, reaches as many people as possible. With the new modern ways, it is much easier because it will be put in electronic form and circulated all over. Now, once an article has expurged, many people may lose faith in you as an author, or as a publisher, or as an editor. I may not want to send my article to a journal that has cases of retraction. It means they didn't do their job well in the first place. It means there is a chance my work may be retracted. So it becomes dangerous for the editors, dangerous for the publishers, dangerous for the author.
I wanted to give an example that maybe I think as Africans we should be familiar with. You remember Caster Semenya? She was doing very well with her 800 meters, giving Kenyans a run for our money. And then they came up with a study. She was banned from participating. She was told that she has to reduce her testosterone to participate in the 800 meters, or she should move into higher races and participate as a man. Now, only to discover later that the study that they had used to make this decision on, which has affected, other female athletes, including Kenyans, I think a Namibian, an Indian, this study had serious issues. So Caster Semenya, who knows what kind of records should ever have broken, and the Kenyans who are competing with her career has been ruined, and careers of other female athletes have been ruined, even as we are seeing with the boxer, the Algerian boxer. The issue came up again with the Algerian boxer in Paris. I personally think that study was deliberate to keep Africans out, personally. Yes.
Yes, and sometimes we have reason to think the way we think. Once bitten, twice shy. So we are saying a lot of injustices can be carried out But once the injustices are proved, it is still possible, even in publications, to try and correct the situation. So there will be retractions of articles. It doesn't happen very often as it should. It doesn't happen as often as it should because it is very dangerous for all these people. It tarnishes your name. So many people will try to protect themselves. Your institution, for example, the minute your article is thrown out and most articles will be saying this is from Eunice Kamara of Moi University. Your institution goes to the dustbin with you. Your publisher goes to the dustbin with you. Your editor, so there are very many people trying to protect. And that is why not as many are retracted. But otherwise, the ideal situation is that they should be retracted. If it was not intentional, allow you to do it as the author. If it is intentional, there are serious results. Like I've said, it's not just extractions. There will also be very serious implications, like people may be jailed, people have resigned because of plagiarism, big people. I just picked a few big people. And it was not just then, even today in 2023, the president of Stanford, not just any other university, was forced to resign just about a month ago or less. Because so it's serious. So as you grow into academic work, into scholarship, it helps to remain of integrity. Now, there are authorship guidelines. Sorry about the spelling of guidelines. Remember we said if you claim to be an author in an article you did not author, it is also research misconduct. You are purporting to be the owner of an article which you are not. To protect others and to protect others, we have what are referred to as authorship policies. And they'll be talking about authoring of different articles, different kinds of articles. They are theoretical articles. They are those which come from empirical data. They are opinion pieces and so on and so forth. For all publications, the insistence is that for you to appear as an author, you must make substantial and substantive contribution. Substantial is in weight, quantity, enough, substantial, enough contribution for you to be an author. Otherwise, you should just be acknowledged. If you read somebody's paper, picked a few spelling mistakes and put a few commas, we can acknowledge you. You don't need to be an author. That is not substantive. But there is also, that's not substantial. But there is also substantive. Is it of quality? That which you contributed. You may have done a lot, but there were just commas and full stops and all that. That is not substantive. Most of the time, issues come when you have a big research project and you are a principal investigator or a co-principal investigator, because then there's a lot of data coming from different people. You have very many researchers, you have research assistants, well, they may even be just two. But in the process, they realize they can write a paper. And they write a paper out of the data. Ideally, whatever paper comes from empirical data related to that study, which you are the principal investigator, you as principal investigator is considered to have already produced substantial and substantive contribution, because this is your study. The others are coming in to support your study. So the PI and the co-PI ordinarily will appear. In American thinking, they come at the end of the list. So there'll be maybe 5 others, Mary, John, Purity, blah, blah, blah. And the last one is the principal investigator, the most senior. In other settings, the most senior comes first. So you need to know where you are publishing your article so that you know where to put who. Yeah. If you're publishing with your supervisor, ideally your supervisor comes at the end. The first author is the most substantive and the substantial contributor and takes all the weight. And anyway, that's the person who pulls all the weight as far as that paper is concerned. They're the ones who think about it, come up with it, develop it, coordinate it and all that. Then that gives you what is due to you. Justice is seen to happen, that you're the one who made the biggest contribution, you get the #1 position. In an ideal situation, #1 publisher, therefore, #1 author should get a lot of points when it comes to promotion. Some universities say, as long as your name is there, you get the same marks. That is not just. The reason why the senior scholar or the supervisor is put at the end very often is that they don't even need that publication. If you have listened to full professor, you have no need for no more publications. So it doesn't matter where your name is. But of course, you find some supervisors who insist that my name comes first. There may be little you can do, but it is unjust. It is not fair, unless of course they substantially contributed to the paper. So that's about the position of the paper, and to try and control authorship disputes to ensure there are no disputes among others. There is what is referred to as pre-publication contractual agreements. Just before you publish, you complete some agreement so that you are committing to saying, I have substantially produced this. Some journals will even ask you to say what each of the others is contributing. What did this one do? They conceptualized, they wrote the qualitative part, they did this, and this other one, some will even insist so that there are no disputes happening, particularly after publication. Yes. Yes.
On the substantial and substantive contribution, personally, I've come across, especially you professors, in a year you find somebody claims to have, or their name appears on 15 publications, which to me, of course, I have not published anything, but to me, it's technically impossible. And the institutions are still keeping you with no, consequences. Maybe can you make a comment on that one?
It is possible to be in 15 papers. If you have a big project and you are the principal investigator, because everybody is entitled to put you. But your position will be right up at the end. Yeah. And some of the researchers, some professors will actually not be interested even in being listed at all, because already they can see their work is rolling out and all over. It's making impact all over. So it varies from something to something. If it's a conceptual paper, a theoretical paper, it may not be coming out of this data at all. So the PI really has no reason to insist on being added there. So we can't just say yes and no. We can't say you can't have 15 papers. You may, but does it make sense? Sometimes you actually see publish some researchers with ridiculously many papers until you just smile and, So sometimes it can work against you. You can write that you have published so many papers until people begin to wonder, hey, this one. Somebody asked, it was a direct question, how can I publish a study that was conducted long before statements declaring ethical approval became a requirement? The statement on ethics approval in your paper saying this paper was reviewed by this institutional research ethics committee is now increasingly becoming common. So somebody was wondering, I did my work before this was required, but now it's being required. What do I do? Of course, you can't go to your ethics board retrospectively. So you don't have the option of getting that. The only option you have is actually look for a journal that is still not requesting for this. There's no other way. Those that are strict about it, they'll say, unless you have the statement, and you can't go back to ethics after you have already done your study. I don't know what we do because we are running out of time, but these slides will be available to you. So like a slide like this, I didn't mean to go through it. I meant you to use the links to access this information, much of which I got from a publication from, not a publication, a presentation by a colleague. But before we close, we would like to talk about this slippery slope. And the slippery slope is what is called AI, artificial intelligence. Yeah. And somebody was asking, besides ChatGPT is the most common. It came out in November 2020. Are there other tools? Yes, there are very many. There are very many. Even Google has its own, Gemini, Microsoft has its own, Copilot. There are very many, very many. And besides the ones that can do what ChatGPT does, the others which are more specific. ChatGPT is said to solve anything. I'm not sure about that, but that's how it sells itself. But we have others like Sonic, which will write for you. You can tell it to write a course outline and it will write. You can tell it to write a letter, it will write. You can tell it to write a proposal, it will write. I don't know whether you've tried that. We don't have time. If we were going to do it. I actually had an exercise for us to do it on the board, but we don't have the time. You engage these chatbots as if you are engaging a human person, and they respond in a very direct way. Today, there is no reason you should be calling anybody to ask them something when these chatbots are available at the touch of a button. Any information, they will give it. You can even tell them, the one that draws, you can even tell it to draw the Mid-Journey. You can tell it to draw you. Just give it a description of yourself. It will draw you. Then you look at it and say, no, this is not how I look. Please make me a little darker. It will make you a little darker. No, my ears are too small. It will increase your ears. No, my eyes. You can go on doing that until you get more or less a picture of yourself using this technology. That is how amazing this technology is. It's called artificial intelligence, but really, I don't think it is intelligence. Because I think artificial and intelligence don't go together. Intelligence is something natural, artificial is something that you make up. So I'm not sure that there is something like artificial intelligence. But if we are going to talk about artificial intelligence in doctoral work, in doctoral research, we need to ask ourselves, or in research in general, we need to ask ourselves a very primary question. Doctoral research for what? For what are we doing doctoral research? Anybody? Why are you doing doctoral research? Or what's the purpose of doctoral research? What is transformative?
Yes. As a researcher, as a doctoral researcher, you are expected to develop critical thinking or problem solving so as to be able to impact your world. So you can't be using artificial intelligence and be transformative in your thinking.
Very good. So that you even talked about impacting the world. And for sure, if you want to be transformed, if you want transformative, if you are doing your PhD, for you to be transformed, for you to have transformative knowledge, skills, and values in order to bring change into this world, then AI is a double-edged sword. What do we mean a double-edged sword? It means it can stop this from happening, but it can also make it happen. It entirely depends on how you use it. AI is a tool. Chatbot, ChatGPT, or any chatbot for that matter, is a tool. You can think of a hoe, the one we dig with. That's a tool. A hoe is very good, but it can also be very bad. I know situations where it have been used to kill. In Rwanda, it was very commonly used in killing. But we know that the whole is also used for very good work as far as development is concerned. So it depends on what you do with AI. The thing about AI is that it can dull your thinking. If you get used to AI, you mess up your thinking. You make your thinking dull because every time you have a problem, ChatGPT, do it, do it, do it. It will do it, all right. But what are you doing to yourself? You're no longer a human person. A human person has natural intelligence and is able to transform. Is already to be, is able to create, bring new things into existence, is able to innovate. But as far as you want to rely on AI, you will not. And it's not just AI. The onset of computers and internet came with the same challenge because then we could search, we could Google search and get information much more faster. But then that stopped us from stopping and thinking. Take a minute to think. Take a minute to reflect, to use your mind, because the human mind improves with use. The human mind gets dull with non-use. If we follow AI, we forget to use our. However, there is no reason why you should continue to drive a stick car when we now have cars which have no stick. Soon there'll be cars which don't need drivers. You only need, they are there already anyway, in some parts. You only need to sit and tell it, take me to Nairobi. Take me to, and it will take you. Why would you want to be struggling with a car, with a gear, if you can sit and be driven? It's the same thing with AI. Why would you want to be struggling to look for information when you can get it at the touch of a button? The thing you need to remember is that AI is not a human person, so it is not intelligent. So what is going to give you is still information that requires your brain, your human mind to sort it out. Because they're still being tested. Most of the chatbots have a lot of errors. They even tell you, the other day, one of them told me, Hutonji is living in Malawi or something like that. And I said, show me some of the books that Hutonji has written. It brought me the books that actually Hutonji has written. Then I wondered, is this the same Hutonji who is in? You are saying is in Malawi. And at that point, he told me, oh no, I'm sorry. And now it was able to tell me, that's not what that is not the same person. I think I have mixed them up. So then I pursued it further and I said, no, I think Hutonji died. It went back and pulled out information and actually Hutonji died in this year. You see, there are errors. And it has no way of knowing their errors, but you should be able to know their errors. If I went looking for Hutonji and I didn't know who Hutonji was, definitely there were going to be errors and I was going to put them in my paper. Are we together? We don't have much time. Time is up. I still had a few slides. It's my problem. I didn't manage my time well, but we'll be making the slides available. so you can use them. But the big thing about AI and research is that you can use it. It can help you a lot. I'll tell you, I've even used it I've requested it. This is my study. I explain my study, then I tell them, please, and put my problem very clearly. Please give me some possible aim and objectives. And the results was amazing. I got very nice results, but I still had to sort them out and find which exactly am I interested in the context of where I'm working. What AI is very much unable to do is contextualize. It answers in general because what it does is to go around the internet, collect information, put it together and synthesize it for you. But it will be picking from anywhere. The internet has all sorts of information. The responsibility of sorting out the errors, the messes, the context is entirely yours. Are we together? So if we want to do PhD for transformative acquisition of knowledge and skills and values, by the way, AI will never give you values. It doesn't know how to deal with love. I tried quarreling with it. I said, hey, what are you doing? And put exclamation marks. Then all it could kept saying was, I'm sorry, no, that's not what I meant. Sorry if you're angry. I didn't mean to make you angry. Then I got even more angry and I'm banging tables. Can't you hear? And it just kept repeating the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And I'm like, useless thing. It doesn't know about emotions. It doesn't know about values. And that is where the human capacity is. The human power, the human capacity, the human ability to create and innovate is actually driven by emotions. Let nobody lie to you. The things that you do best are the ones that you have put emotions into and you are actually interested in them. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going for secret now, so you can ask that question. Oh, this one. Yeah. Okay, so let's start that we get back to 30 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's go back to 30 minutes. So we come back here by
African youth have been disadvantaged in terms of their participation in the economic processes of the continent. And so that aside, we also know from the statistics that demographically, the youth represent the largest population of African. So then if we assume they are the future of Africa, then there is a need for some investment into them. Hence the focus of this project on young Africans to understand their aspirations towards dignified work. This is a multi-country project which was implemented across 7 African countries. We have Ghana, we have Ethiopia, Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, and Senegal. It combines 3 key things. 1, the research components. 2, the policy engagement component. And then 3, the capacity building component. So right from the design, we weaved all these 3 things together. We anticipated that it would have generated knowledge and improve our understanding of youth aspiration, resilience, adaptability towards dignified and fulfilling work. We also anticipated that this project would have aroused policymakers and practitioners' interest in trying to resolve some of the challenges associated with youth employment and youth work.
My experience was largely positive and fascinating in terms of sitting down with young people and learning from their stories of aspirations, what they aspire to do. One of the interesting things with this research is that unlike conventional research where we focus mostly at the household level and you always get heads of household responding to young people's issues. But for this research, we adopted methods that were youth-friendly, that young people could easily identify with and share with us their stories of hope, their stories of challenges, their stories of barriers, and also their resilience in terms of the strategies that they adopt in responding to challenges that they face. So overall, it was very interesting and fascinating to listen to young people talk to us, share their views, share their perspective on issues that are of particular importance to them.
One of the lessons I've learned from this research is that the youth has a lot to say and we have to listen. And they're very much vocal if they're given the opportunities, and no one can speak for them but themselves. And this research, I think, have accomplished that. And maybe on a personal note, what I've learned is that while striving to change the lives of the young people, our lives have changed as research assistants by learning different skills from seasoned expertise, scholars from over 7 countries. So that's a lot to take in from one research, and that can be taken as a takeaway for others to learn from this engagement.
This project brought out the whole concept of success. Youth think that success is when they have financial freedom and economic independence. And that was very key. It came out very strongly. The other one is the majority of the youth, more than half the population of youth across the countries, they aspire to get into entrepreneurship when it comes to what they consider is dignified and fulfilling work. They felt that they want safety and risk
The Jamaican music, they always sing and move.
The Cubans are always happy. They're always singing, they're always clapping and percussion.
They use a lot of movements and chords, and sometimes I don't know where the one is, nor the two.
I feel like, alive.
So that's my problem. So I'm trying to find where the one and the two is so I can work. I like it. It's wonderful. It's like a pot of stew. Oh yeah, musical stew.
Let's take a trip in the slum. All the see your daughters and sons that fight overcome. Savannah, Peace Kingston. And we now back down.
It's an absolute dream come true to play at the Royal Albert Hall. It's one of the most prestigious venues in the world.
When I look at the previous people who already been there and I saw the show and thing, I said, wow, man, we got to do our best there, we got to do the best we can.
I am like, excited.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope you've had a nice cup of tea or coffee or whatever and had something to eat. I don't know how we begin. Do I self-introduce? I do? Okay. So I'm Amma de Graft Akins. I'm a professor of social psychology at University of Ghana, and a visiting professor at London School of Economics and Political Science. I work largely on the psychology of chronic illness, chronic conditions. So I'm interested in how people who live with illnesses make sense of their illnesses, how they manage their illnesses, but also how illness management evolves in family settings and community settings. And so I do methodologically, I work larger with qualitative methods, interviews, focus group discussions, observations, ethnographies, qualitative syntheses. So I'm a qualitative methodologist. I'm also very interested in longitudinal work. If you work on chronic illness, I'm saying all this to just give you a sense of what I do so that I can weave it into us talking about academic integrity and see whether you can pick out things that are aligned with what you do. So one of the things I do is longitudinal work, the argument being that if you're trying to understand people living with long-term illness, you need methods that allow you to track, right, the way experience evolves over time. So if you're just gathering short-term cross-sectional data, you don't get a sense of how people are managing their problems over time. Okay, so those are the key things that I do. So I've been asked to speak on academic integrity and scholarship values. I want to try to make this as interactive as possible. So stop me at any point if you want to rebut, challenge, critique what I'm saying. At certain points, I'm going to stop for us to discuss certain things. It was very interesting when Professor Kumara was speaking because she had a slide that's very similar to a slide I'm going to show you on, when academic integrity fails. But, let's see how it goes. I'm going to start with some definition of terms. So what's academic integrity? How do we define that? It entails commitment to fundamental values of honesty, of trust, of fairness, respect, responsibility, and courage. Some argue that from these values, we can then define ethical academic behavior, which helps us to create communities of learning, right? Communities of learning, exchanging of ideas, of knowledge production, and so on. So academic integrity can be an individual level quality characteristic, but it's also a shared characteristic. It's about team building, it's about institution building, it's about ecosystems more broadly. And if you're speaking about academic integrity, you also then have to really contend with ethics, what we mean by ethics in what we do as researchers, as scholars, and so on. So how do we ensure, as Resnick says, norms of conduct that distinguish, that distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable behavior? So Resnick talks about general rules of ethics in research. He talks about 15 general rules, which he places under 3 categories: values, scientific process, public protection, engagement. I'm running through the concepts very quickly, and then we can get to discussion of real life case studies. So values, what are they? Honesty, integrity, respect for colleagues, responsible mentoring, non-discrimination. So we have to be honest when we're reporting our research. These are things I think Prof. Kumar has already talked about. So I'm going to rush through very quickly. When we're reporting research, we have to be honest. We have to avoid plagiarism, for example. We have to have integrity. Keep your promise. If you're working with people and you outline what you're going to do from the onset, you stick to that. If things change, there should be a transparent discussion and so on and so forth. We must respect our colleagues. So we treat each other with fairness. You know, whether you're in a peer situation, you know, your PhD students working together in one office, whether you're sort of research colleagues, you know, working in a project together, whether you're dealing with your supervisor and so on, respect is an important quality to have. Responsible mentoring. People often say this. I don't know whether Prof. Kamara treated this, the difference between supervising and mentoring. But, you know, all of us who go through a PhD experience have supervisors. The people assigned by universities, you know, to help us think through ideas, to help us, you know, fine tune our doctoral ideas and the processes and so on. So the university assigns you a supervisor. The university might assign you a supervisory team, a committee, 2-3 people who might work together well or not so well to help you. But you could also have mentors. The mentors can be, you know, assigned by the university. They can be people you find yourself outside of your department, outside of university. But the whole idea about mentoring is having somebody who has your interest at heart, understands who you are, helps you to think, helps you to grow, right? So responsible mentoring is really about promoting well-being and sort of welfare for the person who is in your charge as a mentee. And the final value is non-discrimination. So at all times, we're human, of course, but we must focus on the scientific and scholarly competence of people we work with, yeah, rather than the personality issues, for example. I mean, these sorts of things are really important. For example, you know, when you are in countries like the UK or the US, and we're dealing with, I don't know whether you've heard the term DEI thrown around a lot. Anybody heard DEI? Can I see by show of hands who's heard DEI? All right, can we define it, please? What's DEI? Yes. So it started off really being about how we can create equality in institutions that tend to be unequal. I've tended to be unequal for a very long time, especially when it comes to gender and race. Yeah. So a lot of research went into creating models of diversity, equity, and inclusion. But somehow that's been sort of flipped, right? And it's used as a kind of a pejorative term, as an insult. So if, for example, you're a woman or you're a Black person in the UK or the US and you get a job, you're then sort of seen as a DEI hire, which in a way, it's almost like, well, you know, you got the job because you're Black, or you got the job because you're a woman, not because you're competent. But it's an example of how we must be careful about being non-discriminatory. I mean, when we are working with people, when we're in teams and so on, let's focus on what people bring to the table from a scholarly point of view or a scientific point of view. We'll come back to that later. So the second category that Resnick identifies as scientific process. When we're doing our research, we want to be objective, avoid bias, be reflective. We want to be careful. And this really doesn't even matter whether you're a quantitative research or a qualitative research. It's more about the process of research that needs to be carefully recorded, right? So you're going into the field to do a survey, or you're going to the field to conduct interviews. When did you go? How did you get there? Who was your gatekeeper, essentially, right? Who led you into the community? Who helped you to reach people and talk to people? How did you gather the data? Did you do it yourself? Did you have support? Did you have a research assistant? All of those things are important. So from the beginning, when you start working on your PhDs, learn to keep notes, whether you have it in a notebook, whether you're typing it on your phone, whether you come home at night and you use your laptop, keep notes. The careful keeping of notes helps you in the end to put together all that you've gathered in a way that you're not scrambling around. And trust me, and even with references and so on, you have to learn the habit of writing your references down when you come across them, because
3 years down the line, when you're writing that thesis and you have a quote that you want to use and suddenly you can't find the reference, it can be very stressful. So note-taking is very, very important. Openness. You have to be open to share ideas, to take on ideas, to be open to critique. I don't know how many of you have published yet. Anybody published 1, 2, 3 papers? Anybody? No? Oh, okay. How many papers? 1, okay. How did you find the process of writing the paper, seeing your name in print? It's not enjoyable.
All right, thank you. So the process is not very enjoyable, like it's something that you're looking forward to doing every other time, back and forth with the review, with the editing. But finally, when that paper is published, you feel a lot of satisfaction and you feel, yes, this is something I can do it, and I can do a second attempt and another one. Yeah.
You know, one of the big highs that you'll have is when you see your name in print. I don't think, you can understand it until it's actually happened. And then it's a bit like a drug. You want more and more of it, But the process actually is laborious and it's stressful. And especially, so it's one thing to write that paper and put it out there, submit it. It's another thing to get 3 reviews come in. Each review, I don't know, depending on how good your paper is, you might get 1 page of reviewer comments, or you might get 3 pages of reviewer comments, and you've got to sit down and address all of them. There is a whole issue about the shock of it when you're given 3 pages of review comments to deal with. But one of the things that peer review processes teach us is that openness to critique, because once you've written 5 papers, 10 papers, it's not so ego bruising anymore. The first time you get the set of comments, you think, oh, my ideas are horrible. Nobody likes what I'm writing. I'm not going to do this, and so on. By the 10th time, it's like, oh, okay, I kind of know that I'm going to get this comment. I'm ready for it, So it kind of builds resilience and so on. But the key thing about being an academic, the key thing about being a scholar or researcher is opening yourself up to critique. The only way we progress is by publishing, and by publishing peer-reviewed, books or papers or whatever it is. So you're always going to encounter people who think they're better thinkers than you, maybe know your material better than you do. They would have written it in a different way, and so on and so forth. So you have to be open to that. The 4th issue is respect for intellectual property. I think that, at master's level, PhD level, we often have the tendency to say our projects are going to kind of change the world massively, right? This hasn't been done before, so I'm going to do this. Okay. It's great. I mean, the issue really is that when you're doing a PhD, you end up becoming an expert in your area. That's the whole idea. Once you're done, you should be able to speak as an expert in an area of your choosing. But there's a huge body of knowledge out there, right? And I know you're all doing the DPP, the Doctorate in Public Policy, right? Okay, but you all have different areas you're looking at. I was looking at some of the topics. And I don't know whether you've all done your literature review yet. You all done your literature reviews? Not yet. It's ongoing. What kinds of reviews are you doing? Is it just going to Google and just typing in random words and see what comes up, or you're doing systematic literature reviews? I guess you're not doing systematic literature reviews then. Are you? What kinds of reviews are you doing? Somebody help me out.
For me, it's a mixture for the initial process, not the writing process. By initial process, I mean that I have like a preconceived understanding, for example, of my major terms, and I would like to know whether this is how other people perceive that term. So for that sense of perception, I do a general Google search and let me see the ideas that are flying out there for the perception of that idea. Then before I then cross into the academic side of doing like thorough systematic literature review, where I begin to get on scholarly sites, Google Scholar, JSTOR, and all of that to look for materials in terms of the perception of that, my concepts that I had looked at, because other scholars too may have different views of it. So I now know how to categorize so that I do not just download an avalanche. It's sweet to download, but difficult to read. So already I would have had them in packets, well labeled, so that I will know how to like cross-fertilize those ideas. That's what I do.
It's a technical skill that is worth learning, because it cuts down the search time considerably, and you're able to search 3, 4, 5, 6 databases to see what's been published in your area. You can take out the things that are not relevant to your work and then zoom in on the things, the research that's relevant to your work. But that's a whole other talk, I'm sure. But again, when you learn how to do literary reviews in a systematic way, one of the things you learn is to respect intellectual property. What's people, who's written on this subject before? How have they written about it? If you're going to quote people, make sure you quote, put the name down, the dates, the page number. All of these things are really, really important. Give credit where credit is due, Also, for those of you who might be doing, mixed method, data collection and analysis, or doing quantitative secondary analysis of existing data, you have to seek permission to use other people's data. For example, you don't just go in and, grab the data and use it. So these are all things around respect for intellectual property. Confidentiality is important, especially when we go into the field, and you're gathering primary data, talking to people and so on. There are very basic sort of ethical concerns about, confidentiality, anonymity, and all these sorts of things that are really key. Scientific competence. One of the things that my PhD supervisor told me many years ago when I was doing my PhD was, the PhD is the only time you get to indulge in one thing that you're passionate about. I don't know about this room. When I was doing my PhD, a lot of my peers, that's all we were doing, full time. We weren't working, yeah? So you get up in the morning, all you have to do is focus on your thesis. If you're in the field, you're in the field, and so on. And what she was saying was, it's the only time you get ever, right, to indulge in your passion 100%, right? And then it gives you a springboard to then open up and learn more and expand your area of expertise. So scientific competence is about lifelong learning, right? It's about intellectual curiosity. As you move out of the PhD experience, the postdoc, the early career researcher phase, and so on, it's about interdisciplinarity. It's about how is my subject aligning with other subjects, other disciplines? How do I work in an interdisciplinary space to answer the big questions of the day, right? And you can only be an interdisciplinary researcher if you know your stuff deeply. If you're sitting in a room with political scientists and economists and medical geographers and public health experts, and you're coming in as a public policy expert, you have to know your stuff, because the conversation is at a high level, right? So you're coming in with your expert in public policy, somebody's coming in with economics and so on and so on. And together, within a few minutes, you can figure out, okay, this is how we're going to deal with this subject matter. This is the data we're going to be looking at. These are the calls we're going for if we're going for grants and so on, right? So you've got to be competent in your area, so you're able then to work with other people in other disciplines. The final thing really, as an academic, is legality. Know, obey relevant laws and policies, right? Because different countries have different policies about A, how higher education should be managed, and B, how different, subject matters and disciplines should be developed. The final category Resnick outlines is public protection, public engagement. And the first thing is, as scientists, as researchers, we have a social responsibility. When you're thinking about your research topic, yes, you're thinking about a topic that will give you enough material that will get you your PhD for sure. But given that all of you are doing public policy, the work you're doing has to shape, has to shape policy in some way, and has to shape policy in a positive direction. People's lives must be improved based on what you're doing. So social responsibility, promoting social good, has to be part and parcel of what you do now, but also in the future. And secondly, we must protect the people that we engage with, the people to whom we gather, we go to get information, to gather data, to build our careers on, actually, right? Because if we're not out there talking to people, gathering data, we don't have careers to speak of. And so the fundamental things around, following ethical guidelines, making sure that you've applied for ethics before you go into the field, is really key. So we can talk about these three categories, values, scientific process, public protection engagement, as categories that intersect, they overlap. We can also talk about them as a three-part system that constitutes an ethical kind of ecosystem. And I'll come back to that shortly. And I talk about ecosystem because as individual PhD students, you work in your departments. Your departments are embedded in your universities. Even the relationship with PASGA, right, goes beyond your universities, for example. So when you're talking about integrity, you're talking about ethics, it goes beyond you as the individual. It goes into the relational space, the people you're working with, the people who's are determining your future as academics. So the ideal ethical ecosystem, A, will set the norms for conduct. We've talked about that before. B, will promote the values that are essential to collaborative work, which we've talked about. C, will ensure that, when we're doing our research, we're held accountable to our funders. D, it helps us, to ensure the public understands what we do and supports what we do. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on that. And this links to the social good, aspect of what we do. So one of the things, for example, for those of you who are, and I saw a few topics which dovetail into public health. If you work in public health in Africa, one of the things you realize is that people have a fear or suspicion of, doing blood draws, what we call biobanking, yeah? You go into a community, you say, oh, we're going to measure your blood pressure, but we're also going to draw some blood to see what your blood glucose levels are and, what your cholesterol levels are and so on. And invariably, in many communities, you find that people are suspicious of what you're going to do with that blood sample, right? Is this staying in country? Is it going out? What's going to happen to it? And these fears are rooted in sort of people's memory of colonial experiments on African bodies, where very painful experiments were done on entire communities and so on. So if you're in public health, for example, and you don't understand the nature of the fear, you might go into a community and think, oh, well, once we've sort of educated people on what we're doing, we're going to get people to line up and have their blood taken. It doesn't always happen that way. So for example, during the Ebola crisis of 2014, there was a plan to start a vaccine trial in Ghana. You know, Ghana was surrounded by countries that had Ebola, but it didn't get Ebola. So the idea was that the trials will be held in Ghana because there were no cases of Ebola, but there were huge protests across the country, so it never happened. Very recently, a colleague of mine who works on child nutrition got a huge amount of money to look at nutrition and you know, sort of diet and sleeping patterns in children and so on. And it was a really sort of high-tech project. You know, they had sleep monitors, you know, children had to have sleep monitors so they could track sleep and all these sort of gadgets that would sort of measure certain, you know, physiological levels. And they went through all the ethical processes, right? Got parents to sign for the children. Because if you're working with children under the age of 16, you need parental consent to work with them. So all the ethics were dealt with as they should. But somehow there's a rumor that erupted, right? That some negative sort of thing was happening with children in that particular school. And, you know, it went viral on social media, it went viral on traditional media. And suddenly this colleague of mine was hauled in front of BNI. BNI is kind of like the Ghanaian Secret Service, you know, agency, you know, they deal with criminals and so on, right? I mean, as we speak today, that project has been halted because there was public outcry against something that actually had gone through ethics processes, had been approved, was going to help children, Ghanaian children. But again, it's really about how you put forward your ideas, how you speak to people, how you engage with people, and what people perceive your research to be about. So I want to talk about failures in academic integrity, and this goes to actually, you know, Prof. Kamara mentioned it in one of her slides. And I wanted us to just discuss this because, as she said in her presentation, this is becoming a huge problem. The problem of how we translate what we know theoretically and conceptually to what we do in our daily lives as academics. So over the last few years, and this is also kind of linked to social media access, for example, we've had cases of failures in academic integrity, right? And the most high profile cases have been the first two. So early this year, I think it was January this year, the very first Black female president of Harvard University, Professor Claudine Gay, resigned from her position. She had only been in the position for 6 months. And what happened was that we all know what's happening with Israel and Gaza, right? And in American universities, students were protesting. So Jewish students were protesting, Palestinian students were protesting. The universities became kind of the battleground for ideological dissent and so on. And so 3 university presidents, including Claudine Gay, had to go to Congress to speak of how their universities were dealing with unrest on their campuses relating to Palestine and Israel. None of the presidents did well at that congressional hearing because it was a very partisan kind of thing, right? It was Republicans with very clear views about what they wanted, you know, basically kind of throwing questions at these university presidents. So I think it was Harvard, it was MIT, and I can't remember, and I think it was UPenn, University of Pennsylvania. So 3 university presidents went, and they were all women, right? 2 white women. Claudine Gay is Black, right? So after this congressional hearing, I think the whole idea was to try to get rid of these women who were in positions of power in these universities. One president resigned. I think it was the UPenn president, she resigned. The MIT president still stayed. Claudine Gay had no intention of resigning. And then suddenly on social media, there were these accusations of her having plagiarized in a few papers that she had written. And then also the fact that she had plagiarized parts of her PhD thesis. Now, she did her PhD at Harvard, right? So long and short, after weeks and weeks and weeks of character assassination on social media, basically she had to address the issue about the papers that had, plagiarized bits in there. In the end, they said it wasn't plagiarism, it was sloppy citation. So she hadn't, for example, she had written a paper, she had referred to some people's ideas, but hadn't mentioned who they were, right? It wasn't that she stole quotations and things like this. Everything kind of just got out of control. In the end, she had to resign. And she resigned really because the accusation was, well, if you're president of Harvard, right, and you're telling students not to plagiarize, on what basis do you stay on as the head of the organization, right? So by that sort of argument, she had to step down. Not long after that, Mark Tessier-Lavigne, who's the former president of Stanford University, was also found to have manipulated research data. Now, he's a neuroscientist. He runs a lab. He says that, it was other lab members who sort of, manipulated the data, but he was primary author, first author in 5 of 7 papers that, had these problems. So he also had to resign. There's another case that's pending, and this is Francesca Gino. I think she's a professor of psychology or professor of behavioral science, and she focuses on dishonesty. So she looks at the science of lying, yeah? And she was found to have falsified data on several of her papers, right? So the title of the article was Harvard professor who studies dishonesty is accused of falsifying data. Now she's arguing very strongly in her favor. She didn't do anything wrong, but she's on an administrative leave as we speak, and her case is pending, and we'll see what happens with that. So things to consider. So with Claudine Gay, it started with her PhD thesis, sloppiness, not being careful, not writing notes, not putting the quotes together like we talked about before, then segueing into her postdoc publishing career, where the same sloppiness obviously, was occurring, but also really in a way, it's almost like, she had a PhD from Harvard. So, you've got the brand Harvard. Why should you bother, right? But it will come back to bite you, So we've begun with examples from US Ivy League colleagues colleges. Now, Stanford is number 2 and Harvard is number 4 in the 2024 Times Higher Education ranking. So we're talking creme de la creme. But even with creme de la creme institutions, academic integrity isn't assured. People can cheat. People can cut corners, right? The only difference, I guess, is that when the institution, if it comes to light, the institution deals with you. There are similar scenarios like, that I have seen in Ghana. I'm sure, you probably have the same scenarios in, your universities, supervisors plagiarizing students' work. Anybody come across that? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, we'll talk about that. Supervisor replacing student's name with theirs as first author. Anybody experience that? Okay. Students making up data. Anybody with friends who've made up data? Yeah. And actually making up data is harder than actually gathering the data, because you have to sit down and really think about how you're going to finesse it so that it looks authentic. It's a lot more work. Just gather the data, but there's that. Knowingly publishing in predatory journals. Does anybody know anybody who, because the thing with predatory journals is that you can send your paper in today and get a response tomorrow. Anybody? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
We can look at them online. Sorry, I'm asking, these predatory journals, can we and can you name some, so that we can know, so that they are not abstract, predatory journals?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, there's a site called Retraction Watch. You might want to Google that. And typically, it would tell you the journals that are having problems, or well, there are some journals that are actually seeing a huge wave of retractions recently. Yeah. You can have an entire special issue, for example, being retracted because, the right review processes weren't followed and so on. Many years ago, about 5 years ago, there was a guy called Beale, and he actually had a database, and he was a librarian. He started tracking journals that were predatory, and he got sued. Right? I mean, so he basically had to shut down the database, because that would have been a really good resource, because what he did was showed very clearly what these journals did that the legitimate journals, did not do, if you see what I mean. But one of the things you got to watch out for with predatory journals generally is, first of all, the rapidity with which reviews are done. Yeah, I mean, the peer review process is a very intense process. If you think about the fact that it takes you, I don't know, given whether you have time or not, a couple of months to write a paper. If somebody is really going to read your paper and give you good, solid, critical, advice, it's going to take them a while, maybe a week. Yeah, everybody's busy anyway. So if you send in a paper and 2 days later you get 3 reviews, that is suspect. How do they do that? It's too quick, right? You also want to look at the quality of comments that you get, because as stressful as it is to wade through 3 pages of review comments, trust me, when you get very critical review comments, it transforms your paper, transforms your scholarship, right? So it's almost like just having, a critical friend next to you saying, I don't think you should have done it this way. Why didn't you think of this? Why didn't you cite this? Yeah. So the peer review process is actually a very good way of forcing you to challenge yourself and be a better scholar, right? So you want to look at that. The other thing also is the payment. Yeah. So they're asking you to pay huge sums of money. And having said that, the legitimate journals are also charging an arm and a leg. These a whole kind of, it's a huge political minefield, to be honest with you. So even the legitimate journals now, like if you want to publish in Nature, for example, for basic scientists, you're paying $4,000, $5,000, right, to have your paper published. But typically, if you're based in a global North institution, a big university, they absorb that cost. You're not paying it out of your own pocket as an individual researcher. If you're based in an African university, your university isn't paying for your paper, right? So it means that what you do typically is you need to have a grant, a funded project within which the funder is saying, okay, I'm going to fund 3 or 4 papers, and you've got to publish in these journals or these categories of journals and so on, right? So yes, it's a really good question. We need to now sort of look at, what journals are out there. We have to look at these processes. How long does it take for them to review? How much are they charging you? Are they on any of the indexes? Scopus, what are the others? Anybody remember? Sorry? Web of Science. Sorry? Yes. So you have to look at whether they index in any of these reputable science databases. That's another way to look at it also. The other thing also is, sometimes you just want to kind of flip through journals to see quality of output, predatory journals will tend to be very recent. they're like, I don't know, 2 volumes in, 3 volumes in, if you see what I mean. When you're starting out in your career, you really want to try and aim for some of the classical traditional journals, the ones that are 10 years old, 20 years old, right? Because you know for sure that, they're established. People know them, people cite from them and so on. So yes, I mean, I think these days the word predatory has to come with a kind of an asterisk, because there's so many ways in which even the legitimate ones are, I think, charging way too much. And they're charging a lot because, the academic publishing industry has now become corporatized. I don't know if you've heard about that. So a publishing house like Taylor and Francis owns so many journal titles. Yeah. But by owning so many, it sets the price, for what academics must pay if they want to publish and so on. So there's a big debate around that also, right? How do we change that? How do we support younger researchers? Because if you're, Prof. Mara was saying, if you're a full professor, you don't necessarily need to publish that much. But if you're up and coming, you just finished your PhD, you want to get your numbers up. But are you going to pay $2,000 every time you publish? I don't think so. So these are questions that are still very important. Okay, so when academic integrity fails, these are scenarios that I've pointed out. Are there other scenarios that you've come across in your, in your university, in your experience, that you might say is a failure of academic integrity? Okay, let's start with the supervisor plagiarizing students' work. Can you tell us about your experience?
Well, for my experience, it was during my honors year. So we had to have like a thesis towards the end. And then obviously did the thesis, submitted, and then a year later, it was submitted for a conference without my name. And I was so confused because I was still researching around the same area. And yeah, but they didn't. Well, I told the department, but I guess they didn't really care much. Yeah. And to be fair, I didn't really think, because it was my honors year, I didn't really think it was that good. So, interesting.
Anybody else had that experience?
So with me, it was an assignment and I really thought it was so good. And I told my lecturer that I wanted to publish it, and eventually she improved it there and there. The input was very small and she published it.
She didn't put your name on it?
No, not at all. Yeah. And obviously I didn't do anything about it because I was intimidated and young.
So remember earlier on when we're looking at the values of integrity, and one of them was courage, right? And we often don't talk enough about courage and whether we have it or whether we can cultivate it, and whether, we're able to fight for ourselves and advocate for ourselves. But, that's kind of theft of your work. We don't see it that way, but it is theft. Even if you're an undergraduate, if you sat down and wrote something, it's coming from your brain and coming from your hard work. For somebody to take that and not credit you is theft, But I imagine, like you're saying, you were young, you felt intimidated. Is this something that you think you would want to confront even now, or you just, that's it, it's done? Yeah. Okay. And yeah. Any other experiences?
Thank you. Mine is a different concern. Like the lecturer gives assignments, and then from these assignments is giving like the topics of the course content. So when you bring back the assignment, that is when they make their class notes with your assignment. How do you handle that?
So basically they're harvesting your ideas. Ideas harvesting. We'll come to that. Let's hear you.
Yeah, mine is a little different as well. I've come to learn that it is called salami slicing. So when you have this idea in a research work, and you know that this thing is the same thing, right? But worded in different ways, especially when it seems like you're the one making the groundbreaking discovery. So that same idea repeated in, so as a researcher, I'm trying to get something on that and I'm downloading your articles, like 7 of them, 7 the same thing with different titles.
I mean, that's a really important example. And I think that also shows that you're reading very well, right? Because the moment you start noticing that certain researchers have this propensity to, keep reusing the same material and just tweaking a few little things, you're like, what's that about? You're really kind of wringing out every last drop from this project that you did, essentially, right? That's also a problem. It's a problem of integrity. What you then do, I think, if you're doing a literature review in that sense, is you probably just cite one and not all of them. And you justify why you're doing that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes it's basically they're saying, okay, we did one big project, we're going to write 10 papers out of it. But you'll find, for example, that the methodology and the analysis is the same in that paper. And maybe it's just a little bit of the project, appears in 9 or 10 of these iterations. Yeah. And I think, people do that also because there's this idea of publish or perish. I'm sure you've heard that phrase. And if you're an academic, you want to get the numbers in because it's the numbers that get you promoted. But it always has to be quality and quantity, really, But coming back to lecturers using the notes that you the notes that you've written, to sort to devise their lectures. I don't know. I mean, I think these things, there are all these sort of different ways in which lecturers are trying to, I don't know, maximize their time. You know what I mean? It's almost like, well, I can only speak about Ghana, right? So for example, in Ghana, I think, first of all, we're overworked and underpaid. That's number one, if you're an academic, yeah? I have colleagues who teach at University of Ghana, but also teach in other universities, like the private universities. There are only 24 hours in a day. And if you're spreading yourself thin, you start cutting corners, right? And so I think those kinds of strategies are part of the corner cutting strategy, which is, why do I have to sit down and read extra when I have foot soldiers who can do the initial work and then I can just piggyback off it? But even that is wrong, actually, because why should you do that? The lecturer has to, A, develop their course syllabus, B, populate the course syllabus, right? And teach it. And if they want to, examine you, they examine you, give you a course, paper and so on and so forth. So that's also wrong. But I think these are really interesting kind of ways in which people are trying to cut corners and, make money elsewhere. Any other examples of academic integrity failing in our universities? So as PhD students, have you had great experiences so far? Not a single negative experience? Your experience, generally. I don't want to zoom in on any particular area. What makes you happy as a PhD student? Okay, let's start with that. What makes you happy? What makes you content? Let's start with that. Wow. You're not happy? You are? Okay, what makes you happy? You want to say something? Excellent.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think my happiness is centered on the fact and personal conviction that I am working towards contributing to the body of global knowledge through my research. That's my happiness. Okay. For example, we are in public policy, and my research interest is with people with disability. So they are a segment of the public environment that I felt have been neglected for some time. So I'm starting with them. I'm starting with them. So I should be able to recount, excuse me, should be able to recount my history of research as starting with people who have been historically neglected and seeking way as to how their life and well-being can be improved. So that's my happiness. So I should be able to tell people that I do not start with those who are rich. So I start with those who are poor. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask again. So, what is it about the experience that makes you happy? Writing process?
Okay.
Is it the sitting with your supervisor and brainstorming ideas? Is it hanging out with your peers and them talking about what they're doing? I just want to get a sense of what
Okay. Yes, that interacting with supervisors is part of it, but in an attempt to dig into materials. So, this begging thing, my research is on begging with people. I never knew that there are so much research about begging. So I saw so many work about begging with people, begging in the streets and all that. So I felt, so this means that everything on this earth is researchable. So that is my happiness too. So by the time I'm able to push through this, then I'm determined to research everything researchable to contribute to knowledge.
Thank you very much. Happiness.
Okay, I will say that mine is the love-hate relationship with my supervisor. Because yeah, no, like that's weird. Okay, let me start. Like before I go agree on a topic, my supervisor said I should download 100 journals and read. So like I was like, God, where do I even start from? You understand? So I was, if not because of a prior experience I had with him during my undergraduate, because initially I was someone that had this stage fright. So he was one of the panelists when I was doing my undergraduate defense. So I spaced out for about 5 minutes when I was about to present, and he just said I should calm down, give me a bottle of water. So because of that, I had a good impression of him. So because of that impression, I was like, okay, for him to say I should do this, I definitely know he's not a bad man. So let me just do it. And from there, at least I was able to see why he said I should take the action that I did.
What did you get out of reading the journal? And I imagine he meant journal articles.
Yes, yes. So I was able to basically narrow down on gaps. That's because the initial gap I was looking at was not had already basically been talked about. So, but because of what he asked me to do, I was able to narrow down on areas that have not been talked about. So with that, I am, at least because of that, I know that definitely my topic won't get cancelled.
Thank you very much. Love-hate relationship, but it's good tension.
Thank you very much. I think for me is the satisfaction I get from moving from between theory and practice. So I practice, and then when I come to class, I'm able to connect with the theory and then bring it out to practice. And then when relating with the faculties, the fact that I could see the intention of the faculties, how honest they are and, in passing their knowledge across, that gives me satisfaction. But primarily is moving between theory and practice.
I like that actually, because what it also shows is maybe what wants out of it.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
And it gives you then the building blocks to decide what you're going to do based on.
Absolutely.
Because what we
If I
often
were to-
get also is in the practice world and NGOs and so on, they all practice, no theory. Yeah. And then in academia, most of us are all theory, no practice. But you want that happy medium between the two, right? Where when you're out there and you're looking at your disabled beggars, right? You're not just looking at them through altruistic, I want to help them lens, yeah? You're really digging deep into the history of disability, the history of precarity and disabled people, the history of the culture around that, you know what I mean? And linking it to what they need in the present day, Because we know, for example, that there are cartels, right, that run begging groups, okay? So you want to be able to distinguish between what's a real need, right, and what's a manufactured need. You know what I mean? And that's where the theory comes in. You're not just going in with a practicality, but you're really looking at the history of things and being able to sort of distinguish, okay?
I think, let me start off with you a little when you're giving your background. So social psychology, and you're in LSE. LSE was part of my dream schools, I know. So I was just wondering, how did you find yourself in the business school? But because I have similar, should I call it multidisciplinary crossings? So I started from the Faculty of Art, came into a multidisciplinary institute of African Studies, now crossing to sociology. And the character of the university that I've had is like everybody has their pocket, how they do things. This is not how we do things in this thing, so it does not apply. So doing this kind of research now, especially since public policy takes that multidisciplinary perspective, I see that society is a holistic, it's a system, ecosystem, like you put it. So it doesn't make sense to me to study something from like one blind spot. So as you're doing it as a researcher, as a public policy person, it makes you see that what will make your work acceptable to these people, to other stakeholders, is your ability to picture in all these other perspectives. So do I have fears and like, can I be a good researcher, like these names that I'm reading? But this satisfaction comes from knowing that I can marry the society, make a holistic part.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, especially when we're dealing with public policy issues in Africa, the African continent, they're complex. So you can't approach it, through one disciplinary lens. You got to borrow from different areas, right? So what you have to learn to do, is really understand your own discipline, number one, because if you're going to be part of a multidisciplinary team, you have to come in with your expertise, your disciplinary expertise. Everybody around the table has to be on top of their game when it comes to their discipline. Then you can then sort of decide what you're going to do. So for example, a concept like social capital. I hope you've all heard of social capital. Yeah? Let me see, show of hands, please. All right, okay. So social capital means different things in different disciplines. I mean, it's dealing with the same thing, which is the quality of relationships and how the quality of relationships can improve, right? Relational life, institutional life, community life, and so on. But if you're an economist, you come at it from the economic point of view. If you're a social psychologist, you come at it from a psychological point of view. If you're a sociologist, you come at it from a different point of view. But you could be sitting around a table and talking about social capital. If you all know your disciplines really well, you can then develop a fine-grained, more context-specific idea of social capital, which can help you do whatever you want to do, if you see what I mean. So it's almost like when you come in, if you do not know how social capital is defined in your discipline, the others will bully you into accepting their definition of social capital. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, it's the same thing we're talking about, but economists are always sort of dealing with what? The money side of things, right? The finances. Yeah, sociologists are coming at it from institutions, social structures. Psychologists are coming at it from the individual's experience, for example, right? But put together, you get that kind of, I don't know, the socio-ecological model. I don't know whether you've also come across that socio-ecological model. You know, we're doing theory and practice now, right? Okay, the socio-ecological model is basically a multi-layered model of understanding any subject matter, okay? And actually, I've got a diagram that will explain that shortly. So let me, any other things, like ask about happiness, what makes you happy in your PhD experience, just to try and get you to answer my question in another way. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. I'll just like to take you back to when you spoke about values. One of the values you talked about was objectivity. So as an African scholar from an Afrocentric perspective or Afrocentric paradigm, we work on Ubuntu. We understand that I am part of whatever that I'm studying. And as I was reading and looking at the history or the etymology of the word objectivity and the worldview from which it originates, I see that it originates from the Euro-American perspective, where they are kind of their worldview is driven about acquisition of objects, hence the word objectivity, around separateness, individuality. That's kind of the Western's view. So then when we come to Africa, then we are still saying, and the African worldview essentially says, I am part of everything that I am studying. So when we take lock, stock, and barrel, if I may say so, those Western values, and then take them here. Hence why we have participatory research as being part of, for example, the epistemology of African ontology. Are we not betraying ourselves when we do that?
Very important points. And yeah, you know, the collective aspect of African life is, you know, it cuts across countries, ethnic groups, all of that. Yeah. But it's not an either or situation. So for example, you go and see a herbalist, you have a problem. Yeah. The herbalist gathers information. He gathers data, she gathers data. Yeah. And typically in the past, the data was social life around them. So they'll go and talk to, I don't know, your aunt or your uncle or a friend or another herbalist nearby and so on. In gathering all of that data, putting it together, synthesizing it, that herbalist is using an objective measure, right? To say, in the end, they'll add a bit of art, they'll dance a bit, they'll throw things around, they'll say, oh, you know, I've seen something in the spirit and all of that stuff. But actually, if you read the anthropological literature, and I'm not just talking about white Africanist anthropological literature, I'm talking about Africanist anthropological literature, you will see that there's objectivity in the ways in which our traditional healers do their work, right? So I get you about, you know, us being very careful with taking on wholesale ideas from the West, from the global North. And, you know, actually, one of the things, if you do your PhDs really well, I think you'll end up being very critical of the canon, of the Western canon, hopefully, right? Because that's where you begin to realize that, okay, I'm a scholar now because I'm critiquing ideas at a very, very deep level, historically, ideologically, culturally, right? But having said that, I think sometimes we have this tendency of often kind of saying African epistemology is the sort of unique thing. You know, there's an African way of doing this, that, and the other. Look, Ghana is one of the small African countries. We have over 10 ethnic groups, twice the number of languages. Even in my own family, Fanti ethnic group, there are different factions within it, yeah? You cannot speak of a monolithic Africanness. So that's something we really need to think about. So we need to dig deep even further, right? What does Ubuntu mean in West Africa? What does Ubuntu mean in an Akan village right now, yeah? So I think, yeah, we can start with something and say, yes, there's a certain African quality to things, of ways of knowing. There's a certain European quality to ways of knowing. But there are certain things about humanity that kind of cut across in terms of the way that we gather information to make sense of something new. We all do that, okay? So there are objective elements there, okay? And I think one of the things that you also have to think about sometimes, you know, when you're trying to critique these things is, if you speak your local language, see whether you can say those same things in the local language. If those ideas are translatable in your local language. If they are, it gives you something to work on conceptually. I hope I'm making sense. I think for me, it's the language thing that's really important. So for example, you know, when I'm going into the field, you have a survey instrument, you know, you're asking questions. Typically, you know, with psychology, a lot of the skills were developed in the US, the UK, Europe, you know. And so if you're trying to maybe measure somebody who has ADHD, attention hyperactivity disorder, you're certainly going to be using English words that don't translate easily, right, in African context. But there are always approximations, right, of words that you can use and so on. So sometimes there are certain things, ways of being that are European, very European, some things that are very African, and then there are things that are human. You know, if you dig deep and deeper enough, you begin to see there are certain similarities. So I would sort of agree with you up to a point and say, even the idea of objectivity, if you can translate it into our local languages, you will find that we also apply objectivity in the way that we make sense of the new, or try and make sense of old things that, you know, we're trying to understand properly. I hope that makes sense. Okay. And I'm very much for critiquing Western hegemonic ideas for sure. All right. Happiness. You didn't talk about happiness though. Anything makes you happy as a PhD student? No? Anything. I just want to know what is it about the PhD process that makes you happy?
Well, I think what makes me happy is that I'm in a journey to carry a niche for myself and maybe eventually become an expert in a field which I have chosen. So that gives me some joy. Well, in the course of doing this, the rigors, you know, of digging for details, digging out for materials, you know, that will be relevant to achieving this objective is actually one of those things that, you know, that sometimes I feel how these things could be very difficult to do. But eventually when I get them done, I feel very happy that at the end of the day, I'm fulfilled because I was able to do what I thought was somehow impossible.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What I've realized is a PhD journey can be very lonely, but what makes me happy is the relationship I have with my peers. Mine is just simple. Yeah.
Thank you. I also had that with my peers when I was doing my PhD. We used to stay up till like 5 in the morning in a little office
Thank you. Mine is very simple. Coming from a background of mentoring and talking to young girls in the village, and always when I meet them, I tell them, you know what? In the next 2 years, I'm going to be a doctor. And they feel like they have someone they can look up to. So it gives a lot of happiness.
Like, rites of passage, you're moving from one point to another, a new chapter of your life, and you have people who can share that with you. Yeah, I think that's brilliant. Anything else? So I'm doing this to try and get all of us to see this ecosystem that we're in. Okay, so we'll see where we're going with all of this.
I was going to mention the relationships that Noni mentioned. I love learning. So anything that teaches me something new, I'm up for it. And I also love traveling. So when they're saying Kenya, I'm there.
That's good. All right. I think we have enough examples now for me to move to the next point that I wanted to make. I mean, I haven't obviously asked you about things that make you sad. Are there any things that make you sad? Any things that fill you with anxiety? Oh gosh. So there's more. There's more on the unhappiness scale than there is on the happy scale. My goodness. Yeah. I like, and I think it's a good way to put it, academic language. It is a language. It's almost like you're going to France and learning how to speak French. And that's the way you need to look at it. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to write in that way, but you're going to find yourself confused many times because there's some people who like to write in a very convoluted way because somehow it makes them more scholarly, but I don't think so. I think that actually, if you're a really good scholar, you should be able to write plainly. You should be able to express your ideas so a 5-year-old can understand the ideas. That's the way I think writing should be. But yeah, the language can be very tough when you're new to it. Anything else that makes you unhappy? Sad, anxious, waking up at night, shaking.
No. Yesterday, we were presenting our work. I think some of the comments that you professors offer as feedback. When somebody says to you, you're already 4 chapters ahead, says, "Hi, this from the title, this work just lacks academic rigor. I don't see no academic," and he's already so concerned. You're already in chapter 4. Then you start thinking to yourself, this is a potential examiner, and he's already saying this work combined is doesn't. So yeah, I think those kinds of feedback. So communication style needs to be really improved.
Yeah, I get you. Anything else that makes you sad, anxious, unhappy? All right. I mean, let me just say this. Your body language when I moved to unhappiness was in stark contrast to the happiness question. So I just want to put it out there. I hope the camera caught it.
Supervisor's feedback. I get anxiety. I submit, and when I wait for feedback, especially when I receive it, I'll just take like few hours, not look at it, and then look at it like after 5 hours when I'm ready. Yeah, that what gives me. Well, I don't know, maybe because I would have spent like a lot of hours and days writing a certain chapter, you submit, and when it comes back, you're just scared if you have done, the right thing. But when you actually read into the comments, there's nothing to it. You just need to improve and resubmit, that's all. Yeah, but that whole process gives me anxiety.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is almost like hers. What really makes me feel anxious is waiting for that waiting period. You've given out your work and you're waiting for the feedback. It's a very anxious point for me. And again, when you receive the feedback, I equally do like her. Sometimes I'll have to call and hear before I open, because sometimes it's really scary. You know, as a student, even from the first day you give your consent, you're ready to defend it. You feel like you've really done your best. Then you keep on improving. And at sometimes, like one time I was sent my work and it looked like a decoration. Comments in different colors. And I was like, oh my God. So I had to call actually a friend because I was so anxious. I felt so bad. I was so down. So I had to call a friend and tell them, look, I have a decoration in my work. There are comments on every sentence, you know, and it didn't really feel good. And also when now it is verbal, there is that tone the panelists sometimes use. And sometimes very, you're like, are they human? Because very the tone, the wordings, sometimes you feel like you've done nothing and you've been working on this, maybe a paper for even months or even a year, and then you bring it for defense, and the way they tear it, you're like, oh my God, these, I don't know whether they can be taught to tone down. Sorry for that. But sometimes they are very, very rough. But what makes me happy is when I'm able to do my work and present it. I love learning, but I'll not learn for myself or gain this knowledge for myself. So whenever I get an opportunity to share the same, I feel like, yes, I'm there, but I am not ready to receive the feedback. So there's that kind of paradox. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So at least there's a theme emerging on communication style. And the bit about mentoring, you know, when we're looking at values and the scientific process, talks about mentoring being a process of taking care of the well-being, the welfare of your mentee, right? So even the style, the words you choose to express yourself, the way you might, you know, one of the things I was taught, you know, when you're a supervisor is start with the positive. Yeah. If somebody presents or somebody gives you, you know, work, even if it's excruciatingly bad, okay, this is just a joke, find something good and start with that. This was good. Well done for doing this, before you list all the 100 things you want to say that are bad. Because when you start with a good, at least it eases the anxieties a little bit. But when you go in 100, you know, full throttle with the horrible comments, you know, you basically kind of damage people's spirit. So that's one thing. All right, let me move on to this. So what's the time? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not 12. Really? What time? 10 minutes? Oh gosh. Okay. All right, I'm almost done. So I talked about the socio-ecological model before, right? The socio-ecological model allows us to understand the multi-layered dimension of social life, right? Or issues in our environment. It was Prof who actually was trying to get you to stop talking, not me. Where was I? So socio-ecological model. So the argument is, let's say, okay, the only example we have is disability. So let's use disability. Yeah. You're trying to understand how to help people living with disabilities. Let's say they have physical disabilities. Yeah. Your immediate unit of analysis is that person who is living with a physical disability, the individual. Yeah. Okay. But at another level, these are, you know, every individual has a family, for example, or if you're an adult, you may have a significant other, you're married or whatever, right? So you're looking at what we might call the inter-individual level of analysis. So first, you're looking at the individual with disabilities. Then you're looking at their significant others, whether it's a wife, whether it's parents, whether it's siblings, people in the immediate kind of micro system who support them. Maybe they're the ones who pay their school fees when they're in school. Maybe they're the ones who provide a roof over their head, right? And so on. So you're looking at that level. Then the next level is like what we call, the group, sort of the social level. Yeah. So often, when we're dealing with begging, for example, we're not talking about the cartels now. We're talking about disabled in Ghana anyway. You have them kind of at traffic lights and so on. And, when they have a fallow period, they're all sitting there chatting. So you got like 5 guys on wheelchairs, sitting in wheelchairs. They're just having a chat because their customers haven't come yet, right? So at that level, we're talking about a group peer level of analysis, okay? And then so on and so on. So there are all these different layers that you're looking at, and each layer is important because it taps into a different aspect of you, okay? I want to transfer that socio-ecological model into this room. We've had a conversation about what makes you happy, what makes you sad, yeah? And in your various submissions, you honed in on different levels of the PhD experience, okay? So the person who likes that eureka moment when he sees the link between theory and practice, you're probably sitting there reading something very excited, I saw how this thing links together, okay? There are those who are anxious when the supervisor's comments are coming or when they have the comments in front of them, all right? That's the inter-individual level. We're looking at your relation between you and somebody who actually has power over you. Your supervisor has immense power. They can make or break you over your, your PhD experience. Who was it that talked about peers, hanging out with their friends? Was it you? Peers, right? So that's another level at the group level. So you might be having a miserable time with your supervisor, right? You might be having a miserable time with, some of the people, like, you gave a presentation and they weren't kind to you at all, right? But then you have a bunch of people that you hang out with. They're fellow PhD students. They make you happy. They make you feel a certain sense of community, okay? So there's that level. Let's not forget the departmental level. We haven't talked about that yet. Actually, somebody alluded to it. When sorry, I don't know your name. I should have really taken notes of all your names, but Rukayat? Okay. So Rukayat was talking about how universities have these siloed spaces. Oh, we don't do it like this here, in sociology. We don't do it like this in economics and so on, right? So each department has its own culture, its own spirit. And often when you enter a new department, you have to understand that. Yeah, and try and work within those confines. And I think the departmental thing also came up when we're talking about people stealing ideas, because I think you told your department, right, when your project was suddenly published, right, and nothing happened. Okay, all right. So departments are really important in our lives. And of course, the larger bit is the university itself. What is the university like, for PhD students? You've got the opportunity to come to Kenya, right? Because your universities are in partnership with PASGA, I imagine. No? That's why you're DPP students. So all of these things become important. So your propensity to have academic integrity, even though it's an individual quality, some of us are more courageous than others, right? Some of us are kinder than others. Some of us can speak softly, right? And that's the way we speak. We might not be able to shout at people or make them feel awful. So we all have our individual traits, but your integrity is lived, it's expressed, it's maintained, it flourishes in an ecosystem that upholds integrity. So if you're in a space that all of these levels, the peer level, the supervisor level, the university level, even the national level with HE policies, If all of that upholds integrity, then you're going to have more happy moments than sad moments. And those happy moments can mediate your ability to hold on to your integrity for longer, right? While you're a PhD student and beyond. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. But if at any point there are issues, what's going to happen? That body language I saw, yeah, that then becomes your norm. And then you're kind of carrying all this unconscious stress and anxiety around you. You don't know it. You only know it when you're happy that, oh, suddenly my body feels different, right? But generally, you're kind of walking around afraid, anxious, sad, and so on. So what we want to do, I mean, in terms of, how to think about your PhD journey, I think is to think about all these levels. At what point do you find yourself feeling that all these levels are healthy for you, right? That they allow you to be your full selves. They allow you to think, right? Have time to read, have time to take things on, have time to challenge yourself, and so on. So I'm going to open up for questions. I think my time is up, but maybe I can give 5 minutes. Prof, can I do that? Because this is like my last slide, and the final one is really just discussing how we can create ethical ecosystems. So we can just have a discussion, quick 5 minute, and then we can end it.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the presentation, and especially that last bit on the ecological, socio-ecological system that manages the integrity of scholarship for both us and for everyone who's a practitioner in the academia. My question actually links to something you have alluded to in ethics and something that came up in our earlier presentation by Prof. Kamar. And we've talked about the management of this thing that we call research failures. When you talk about research failures and how, I would like to relate it to what we normally see when people do this thing we call manufacturing of data or cooking of data. You find that in most cases, when you are pushing a hypothesis and then you go into the field and you find that what you had as an idea or as a bias of what you expected is far the opposite of what actually comes out, which actually represents the situation on the ground. And I don't know if we can actually relate that to the pressure to manipulate data because we are pushed by certain contexts and forces. I don't know whether within us or beyond us to actually manipulate data in a way that fits a particular agenda. I really don't know if we can make a relationship or if you can propose a relationship.
It's a really important question. The reason why a lot of these famous American professors are being caught out is because they manufacture, that's what's happening. Yeah. They operate in a high cooker and sort of environment. You've got to produce all the time. If you have a lab, you've got to maintain, you've got to get money coming in. And the money comes in when you're producing results, as in positive results. But actually, the thing we forget is that science is also about negative results. It's not always about positive results. And sometimes the negative results are important to report. To say, this was the hypothesis, the data doesn't support it. End of story, right? But I think, again, because, the teaching of science, the doing of science in universities around the world is skewed always towards positive results, we are being socialized to only ever report that, because the thing really is, if you cook the results, what then? Do you see what I mean? It's like, what do you achieve by cooking the results? You got to ask yourself that. If you cook the results, you're not advancing knowledge in any particular direction because you know in your heart of hearts that that wasn't the right result you put out there, right? So I think we need to go back to basics to talk about the fact that scientific research isn't always about reporting positive results, that often publishing negative, actually there's a journal I think now that is focusing on negative results only. I can't remember the name, but you can Google it. And this is for quantitative researchers, for bench scientists and so on, right? Where it's like, let's go back to basics and be able to report results as they are, whether it's moving in a particular direction that you anticipated or is moving in the opposite direction. You know, what I love, for example, about qualitative research is it allows you to do that. Yeah. You don't have null hypotheses and all, you say, okay, I'm interested in these things, right? And then you go in and you engage with people and you ask questions and you report what they said. Often people might answer, in the direction you're looking for, some might not, but the idea is to be able to put it out there in the full complexity, right, of what you found. But I just want to really talk about that. Please read up on science and the importance of negative results, right? And the fact that now scientists are moving us towards being able to be confident enough, right, to publish everything we find, the positive, the negative, they're not so, clear, right? When, I don't know whether you use Likert scales and so on, but sometimes there's scales you use that won't give you anything, right? They'll give you a midpoint sort of answer.
Thanks, Prof. So just as a follow-up on Rodney's question, at PhD level, you're expected to make some kind of a contribution, right? And what if when you're doing your initial literature review and the literature is pointing into a direction that you feel if you do get positive results, then you will be able to make a contribution, and then you get a negative result. So what then? Because it means that affects the contribution that the researcher might have thought they're going to make if the results are positive at PhD level. Yeah.
But the other thing also, it's about theory building. And usually when you get a negative result, when everybody else is reporting positive results, that's the beginning of a new theory. Really. Because if all we're doing is accruing the same thing, where do we move in terms of the complexity of the world? So again, negativity is important. Even absence is important. In qual research, you go into the field, you have questions you're asking, and you expect that people will say something on a theme, and nobody says anything, right? That absence is theoretically important. Why do you think that is? Or maybe I'll just let you ponder over that over lunch, But negative results are important. If everybody else is saying, oh, this is what we found, and you didn't find that, that is your opening to really then begin to theorize and say, okay, what's going on here? Is it because I'm gathering data in a different social environment? Yeah. Don't forget also that when you're doing your literature review, you're going to be looking at research that's been published over a long period of time. So something that was published 40 years ago, which was in the 1980s, right? It might look recent to you, but it's 40 years. It's not going to be the same as something that was published 2 years ago. So you're also looking at those sorts of things to make sense of what you're finding in your research community today, if you see what I mean. So be mindful of that. And that's why, I asked you earlier whether any of you had done systematic literature reviews before. But when you learn how to do systematic literature reviews, it helps you to really map out the way knowledge is evolving over time, how methods change over time, right? And then it allows you to see exactly where your contribution lies, especially if your results aren't like everybody else's results, if you see what I mean. Yeah. So everything's an opportunity. I mean, don't throw your hands up because, oh, I didn't find the results that 10 other studies found. Yeah. If you don't find it, it's something new and pursue it. And that becomes like a new line of inquiry, a new theory that you can build. And that becomes your contribution, to your field. Does anybody want to have a last word? I think that's a good way to end the session. Yeah. I hope this was helpful. I think my email address can be shared if you want to have questions you want to ask. I'm around for the rest of the day tomorrow if you want to ask any other questions, but all the best with your PhDs. And when do you all aim to finish? Are you at different levels? All in year one. So you've got 3 years to go. Year one, year two. And it's a 4-year PhD. Okay, so some of you are going to finish in 2 years. All things being equal. If you're more happy than sad. Well, stay in touch. And yeah, we're looking forward to great things from you. Yeah. I didn't put it on there, but I think it can be shared. I don't know how we're going to do it. Are you all on you need the email address? Yeah. Oh, I don't carry cards. Okay, so it's AD. I wish you had you don't have a thing. ADAIKINS AD Akins at ug.edu.gh. Martha has my email. If you're on a thing, a listserv, Martha can send it around. Yeah. So please, if you want us to have a follow-up Zoom thing, we can do that. So maybe if you can come together as peers, and if there are particular things you want to learn or ask questions, I can make myself available. But thanks very much. I enjoyed hanging out with you. Thank you.
So we will break for lunch now. This is
Bentrovati, un caloroso benvenuto da Nadia Focetola, da questa splendida cornice di Palazzo del Trono.
Kawan kali saya ada join pada. Ya kau kau tahu. Belum ah. Musa, c'est bien Musa là bas. Comment ça rend? Comment ça rend? C'est un peu chez là. Start. Mata start. Machine. Oh. Sorry. No. So that is all of them. No, okay. Okay.
notice. And we're going to focus from big laptops. So I have yeah. No, it's too simple.
Good afternoon, everybody. So let me begin introducing myself. The name is Solomon Owoche from the University of Nairobi, Department of Political Science and Public Administration. And I will be talking about the importance of literature review in any scientific undertaking. And of course, the reason why we focused on literature review is because we strongly believe that knowledge is cumulative, and that knowledge already exists and waits to be discovered. Excuse me. And that knowledge is basically waiting to be discovered. So that anytime you talk about literature review, you are basically trying to tell us that you want to add cumulatively to that which already exists. Cumulatively. What is new? What is it that you're trying to tell us in terms of that which you, the researcher, believes has not been researched on by another person? So when you talk about literature review, you simply begin from that point of, I'm still waiting for my presentation. You're simply beginning from that point of that you're basically a member and a contributor within a given social milieu. You are not the originator of the knowledge. And then you're trying to tell us that, look, I want to appreciate that others have done so much. And in appreciating, you are acknowledging you as but a member within a larger society of scholars. So that the moment you mention literature review, you are mainly interested in identifying the gap that exists in knowledge. And this presentation will basically tell us how to approach literature review, what it's all about, and then how do you come up with that gap that is defined in terms of newness, that bridges the gap between the known and the unknown. So as a preamble, note one thing again, literature review is about expert knowledge, expert judgment. And that you're telling us, you want to show us how knowledgeable you are about the subjects of study. But you're also appreciating that while you're knowledgeable about that particular area, there are those who have done something before you. And we simply begin very fast talking about the gap in knowledge is what you're interested in. And you know, most of you lie, saying, my area is so new, nobody has ever investigated. You are lying. Trust me, you are not an original thinker. What you may think is new is basically informed by your limited capacity in terms of knowledge. And that is why you need precision, focus. Take a small area of study. What is the gap? And we'll look at how you identify the gap. And that is why we say it involves wide reading. And this reading, put it in inverted commas. Not just the books, but even your interaction with your peers, your promoters, among others, your personal experiences, that which is familiar, among others. And we say that you must focus on that which already exists as relates to the topic under discussion. And then we go ahead to say, it is an analytical summary of literature. It is not book review. You know, there is this annoying tendency, because you love the works of a particular scholar, you spend so much time basically talking about that scholar. That is not what literature review is all about. Literature review is basically telling us this particular work informs my study in this manner in as limited time as possible. Maybe 3, 4, 5 lines, and then you move to the next. But as you're doing that, in the most limited manner, you must be informed by precision, because you want to tell us you are an authority in this area. And our driver is basically to look at some of the questions that guide literature review. Very fast, what is the gap? What is new? You keep, move to the next. Yeah, what is the gap? What is new? Why is your study important? And it is important to who? Like, you are students of PhD in public policy. Your work must be important to the policy people. And you remember what we may have heard yesterday? This importance is simply defined in how you are able to communicate your thought system, your study, to those who are in positions of responsibility. Because you may be writing, but you're just writing for your peers, your fellow students. So you'll go nowhere. And that is why I've gone ahead to say, how different is your study from others? We do not want replication, duplication. We are not interested in that. So how can you convince us that my study is different from Natasha's in terms of years? My study is different in terms of the research design that I have in place. My study is different in that I have employed a qualitative as opposed to a quantitative study. My study is different because of the region. Somebody focused on Pretoria. I am more interested in Kampala. And it is not rocket science. I see some of you so stressed. What does this person mean when they talk about my study being different from others? And then you begin confusing yourself. Because you're looking for that whinge, it's not there. Why can't you even say, okay, my study may be so much similar to what Esther has done. Do you know it is not wrong to do a similar or the same study to that of Esther? But you justify by saying you want to see or to tackle this issue of replicability. When you're sick, you have a headache, you run to Panadol. Why do you go for Panadol? Because so many people have undertaken the same study and arrived at the conclusion that one of the most effective medicines against headaches is Panadol. Don't you think so? Yeah. And that is why peers will review your work. But some of you, when you're told, your study is so similar to, oh, I'm sorry. Why are you being sorry? Why can't you just say you want to see whether you'll arrive at the same or similar conclusions to that he who had done a similar experiment? Let's move on. Why is literature review important? Why is it important? The best and most used reason is the issue of plagiarism, academic theft. You want to insulate yourself against such. You want to tell us you are appreciating what others have done before you. You want to own the document. You want to avoid repetition or duplication. You want to appreciate the uniqueness of your study through contextualizing the area of study. Most importantly, you are demonstrating to us, the readers, that indeed you are knowledgeable in that area. Because sometimes it's a matter of life and death. The government wants to come up with a particular policy that it feels informs poverty. It feels informs good drinking water, good health. So you want to tell us that you can rely on me to give you the solution to this problem. Others may have done the same, but they never arrived at a better conclusion than yours. And the more knowledge you have, the simpler the solution to the problem. And then I simply go ahead to say, you also identify other areas of research. Because knowledge is cumulative. Knowledge keeps on growing. And then I simply go ahead to talk about the essentials of a good literature review. You must be neutral, objective. Don't be slanted simply because you love the works of a particular individual. That is where your focus becomes. I know some of us promoters are always problematic. We say, I've written in this area, and if you've not read my work, I will fail you. I think you've heard of it. I even know somebody inside here, the other room, if you do not quote his works, you're doomed. But because I've not identified the person, you'll not know the person. You must be informative. You must be systematic, analytical, critical, coherent, comprehensive, detailed. And when you talk about being detailed, I don't know how much is much in terms of literature review. You want to take an individual and say, this person informs my work. How many are supposed to fall within your literature review? That is neither here nor there. Maybe you'll tell us. There are people who say 5, others 8. And I even heard yesterday somebody presenting, a professor, and saying, literature review should not be more than 5 years old. And imagine I started sweating. That is not usually the case. It depends on the topic. I'm a political theorist. That is what I've studied for the last 30 years. And I know that even when you're talking about democracy, you must go back to the works of Aristotle, Plato. When did Plato exist? 5th century. And whatever decisions whatever definitions they gave are still being used until today. No much change. But I always add this from my experience. From my experience, you need to take a concept and realize it develops. As it develops, it keeps on changing, acquiring a new nature. So we'll always argue in some universities. For example, there's a university I was teaching, Linköping in Sweden. They were saying anything more than 4 years is old material. There are some universities like University of Nairobi, they'll say, you have the leeway. Provided you're able to connect history, the old literature, to the current. And that is what happens everywhere in the world, where we are told, even if you're somebody who has committed a crime, and somebody has photographed you, taken evidence, when you go in front of the judge and you're accused of killing somebody, the judge will always ask, take a plea. And then, even if you say you're guilty, the judge may let you off because of your history. They may say you were abused when you're 5 years, because history is fundamental. We'll be coming to questions. That's why I'm about to summarize. I hope that is clear. Let's move on. Approaches. There are many. Very many. It basically depends on your study. I even saw one student talking about a narrative approach. It is at your discretion and that of your promoter. You may have author by author, where you say, maybe Zulu, 2009, and then you tell us, what contribution has this author made? What insight has this person given to your study? Why do you think that this person that you've identified is instrumental to your study? Depth, in-depth. As you're doing that, as you're talking about author by author, always indicate the year. Because even as an individual, my thinking keeps on changing. What I may say or stand for today is not what I will believe in tomorrow. So you observe the trend. It may also be thematic. You are not concerned with the author per se. You are mainly concerned with what theme is being propagated. What are the issues being addressed? So that while you may assign a label in terms of saying this group of scholars have said this, what drives or brings them together is the theme being discussed. Next, it may also be theoretical. And scholars love theory because theory is our language. We communicate through theories. Even when you're talking about demonstrations, you must theorize. And theory is but an explanation to a given phenomena. Just an explanation, nothing else. But this explanation must be anchored in science. That is all. So what is the most probable explanation to a given phenomena? You may also decide, I hate theory. Don't be so theoretical like our big person up there. I've not said who it is. You'll be thrown out. Yeah, you're always theoretical. Oh, we want to achieve this. Within 5 years, we'll be Singapore. Which Singapore? But theory can also be anchored, can also be placed side by side with the empirical. Because what we want are practical solutions. And the more you bridge the gap between theory and the empirical, the better for the country. Move on. You can also have hybrid, where you're simply saying, I will have author by author, thematic, but there is somebody who I love her work so much, who basically said, choose any that you feel works for you, but be consistent. That is all. I think you must have heard of Turabi, the Turabian style of writing. Choose any that works, but maintain consistency in your work. We move on. Sources of literature. I think I do not have to spend so much time on this, but they are secondary, they are books, interviews, official records, articles, internet sources, etc., etc. You are basically acknowledging what others have done. And each has its strength, each has its weaknesses. But because of time, let's leave that alone and go on to the stages in literature review. Identify the proponent or the scholar. But this is just one way. What is the year of publication? And then go ahead to tell us in one sentence or two, what is the main argument being forwarded? And some of you are sleeping. You never slept at night. But I never carried my gun. Anyway, what is the main argument? And when you talk about the main argument as relates to your study, not one thing, it is not book review. You are simply identifying that part of somebody's work as relates to yours. And then telling us, this is the main argument, this is the strength of this argument as relates to your work. And then you move on. That is the most important, the weakness. When this individual was writing, they were not writing with you in mind. They were not. Therefore, that will automatically lead to the gap. where you will be telling us, you know, my study is unique. I have employed this longitudinal study. I'm realizing this person was writing in the 90s. Mine is current. Keep on reminding us. This person may have employed a different approach. Look at mine, my theory is different, among other things. And that is basically an analytical summary. What is your own contribution to the debate of whatever subject you may be talking about? How can the identified studies be improved? That is also what you seek to achieve. And then gap may be explained in terms of, I've talked about that. Lastly, conclusion, it is about gap to be filled. And please note one thing, you're not the originator of knowledge. You're not a prolific thinker. And that is why literature review is very important. And you basically want to share knowledge. And the more narrow your area of study, the better. And then what is your own contribution? And with that, I'm through. So, with your permission, do we take questions or, Professor? Are we taking questions or we can later?
I'm into the room presenting from, so if you could maybe just, right. So I'm not going to repeat anything. The research process design starts with, you have a problematic application. So I know what's going to happen in technology and in your research proposal sessions. But safe to say, if your topic, if your problem, not your topic, but it's not your problem, if that is not focused, if that is not clear, then you're going to have a real tough time in terms of trying to operationalize the process after the identification. Because you're going to find that you are drafting research objectives and questions. Do I have to? Okay. You're going to find that you have to draft research objectives and research questions that can all be different studies, that do not share a relationship, that do not sing from the same hymn book. So it is very important, and also remember that your research objectives find their space in your chapters, in your subsequent chapters. So it will become very difficult for you to have that logical flow, weave that golden thread throughout your research if your problem statement isn't appropriately focused. So that is a really big and important aspect. And I think with your poster presentations yesterday, you had really good feedback on your titles. You know who of you should go back and have discussions with your supervisors on your titles. You know if you're focused, you know if you're not, right? And there's some good feedback that was given on the research objectives and research questions as well. You have a session on methods, so I am not going to talk about that. And you also have you've had a session on ethics, so I'm not going to talk about that. But that is basically what the research project design implies. I want to take you back to what Natasha said yesterday. Remember your why. What is it? Why are you doing this? Why are you investing the next 3 to 5 years, hopefully 3 years to this? Because you are not going to have a life. You are not going to be able to go to parties. You are not going to be the one celebrating before you've done your PhD. So it is a real commitment that you're making, and you have to do it for the right reasons. And you have to do it for personal reasons that are really important to you and that will motivate you after you've put the kids to bed, after you've read them a bedside story, after you have washed the dishes, I don't know, ironed the clothes, whatever, that you will go and sit down and you will go and read. And you will actually spend time, a couple of hours every day on your research.
You are going to have challenges, as Natasha also said. I can remember she shared with you her silent supervisor. My silent supervisor, when I was handing in for examination, he wanted another chapter, totally new chapter. So I wrote it. I wasn't happy, but I wrote it. So there are always things that are going to come your way, but you have to be able to be flexible and to be resilient in taking those on. And then I think one of the things that is greatly motivating to students when they are starting with their research journey, when they're already where you are working on your proposals, is to understand and really be realistic about the context that you're writing your research in. And if you are going to do a study, excuse me, if you're going to do a study like on disability, that's absolutely fine, but you need to understand whether or not that disability and how you want to frame it and what constructs you want to use and what theory you want to use. You need to understand whether or not that is appropriate to the context that you are currently in, that you are going to use for your study. So your context is really, really important. In your student relationship, also express your context to your supervisor. Tell them what your life is like. The more we know about you, the better we support you. The less we know about you, the poorer our communication can become. And poor communication is the reason why students drop out. So we want you to succeed. We really do. It is important for us to understand what your context looks like. If at some point you want to enter an academic space, tell your supervisor. Tell them from the start. This is one of the reasons why I'm doing my PhD, because I want to move into academia. Doesn't matter what age you are. If you want to move into academia, we need to know about it. Why? Because we then need to take on the mentorship role, not just the supervisor role. And we need to also give you access to conferences. We need to give you access to publication, probably before you are submitting your thesis. We need to help you build your CV. So yes, we are talking project design and all of that, but this is really important for you as students to just consider. Be careful that you have a tendency to want to be your work to be perfect before you submit it. I can only, as a supervisor, give you support if you give me something. So if I have something in front of me, I can actually give you feedback. If I have nothing in front of me, then we're having conversations over and over and over. Natasha and I are co-supervising a student. We have had probably around 5 discussions on topics with this student, first year PhD. He sends us a proposal, completely different topic again. So it's really difficult, but now I have something in front of me. I can tell you, yes, this will work, or no, it won't work. We need to sit down. We have something that we can work from. So do not use perfection as a procrastinator and kick that imposter out of the room. You deserve to be here. You should be here. You have chosen to be here. You are capable of the work. You can do it, and you should do it. So in terms of just a couple of reflections for project design, and I'm touching on stuff that is not part of the normal stuff. Remember your costs involved in research. It's stuff we usually leave out. Things like editing. Remember, editorial fees or editing your work before you submit for examination is costly. Not just in time, but in actual money. If you are going to be using statistical services, these things need to be talked through with your supervisor, and you need to budget appropriately for your research. Also, even if we are in a electronic age, I know at the university, our students need not submit hard copies anymore, but maybe you do. Printing those copies are really expensive. So take into consideration not just the obvious costs of your research, but the hidden costs of your research as well, and make sure that you're able to cover them. Please do not leave your data analysis for last. It is in the process, the second last step, but you should start writing up your analysis as soon as you start your empirical research. If you've done an interview or you've had a focus group, you immediately transcribe. You don't wait till you've done everything and then transcribe. You are going to lose it. You're going to not remember what happened. You're not going to remember the dynamics. So don't leave your data analysis for last. Yes, we can talk with the supervisor. You can talk about how you're going to deal with your data analysis at a final stage, but the actual writing up and transcribing and making sure you have the information, do that as soon as you collected it. Okay. Acknowledge the limitations. Yesterday, when we were in a group, one of the students who presented, there was a question asked to him why he chose a particular region in Nigeria for his research. And he said, because I come from there, I have access. And the one person said, you're not allowed to do that. Of course you're allowed to do it, but acknowledge it. If there are certain limitations, if there are certain delimitations to your study, that you acknowledge your own bias. Social research is not objective. I hate to burst your bubble, but it's not. It never will be, because you always make decisions. Humans make decisions. Humans bring in value, their values to those decisions. And that means your work can be balanced and you can provide both sides of the story, but completely 100% objective, not in the social sciences. I stand to be corrected and I stand to be convinced, but that is what I believe. So acknowledge the limitations of your study. Acknowledge what you are able to present and what you're not able to present. And it's also a really good thing at the end of your study where you identify areas for further research, that you go back to those limitations and you identify and you turn them around into further areas of research that can help you. So start with a good research question. You all need to know what is focused, read up, and remember, literature is never done, never. So you have your literature in order to write your proposal. You have your literature to write your literature chapters. You're going to use your literature to help support the findings that you have, the empirical research. None of it is just going to be standing on its own. It's always going to be hooked or anchored on literature. And one thing I find that the students, because policy students, we work with problems and actual problems, we sometimes forget to close the loop back in the end towards the theory. So your contribution may be a practical contribution that you're making to a department or to an institution, but your contribution as a PhD also lies in the theoretical contribution. And it might be that you are making use of a completely new method yet that hasn't been used in that context, and that is your contribution. But you've got to close your loop in the end of your thesis, in your final chapter of your thesis. You've got to close the loop back to the theory. Define your methodology, plan your analysis, and be transparent about all the decisions that you're making in social research, especially. And I know in some of the disciplines, it's even accepted these days that field notes have become part of the research and that they're included as annexures in a thesis. Now, in public administration, public policy, we're not quite there yet, but it doesn't mean that it can't be used. If you want to push the boundary, push the boundary. We're there to support you. You just have to be able to substantiate why you make the choice, why your context necessitates you to make that choice, and be transparent about it. So what I wanted to actually focus on is to show you some AI tools that are cool. There's no other word for it, they're cool. So I'm just going to stop the share here and just connect to the, where is it? To show you different AI tools. So Google Scholar, we all know. Google Scholar is not new. Can you maybe, thank you. So this is the usual one, right? I'm writing a paper on meritocracy and gender inequality in Africa. So I've just used that. Google Scholar is going to give you a bunch of articles. Some of them are full text, some of them are books, some of them, so it's just a list. It's the most basic one. I just want to, when you can't see anymore. There we go. It's the most basic one that we use in academia, and we also encourage our students to use it. The second one I want to show you, so there are different types of AI tools. Some of them help you with actual data collection. Some of them help you with understanding the literature a little bit better. Some of them are generative AI, which you never use, right? Never. Like ChatGPT is generative AI. We're not encouraging you to use that, but we're encouraging you to use AI tools that can help you with your literature. Okay, so the next one I want to show you is called Elicit. You can see the URL elicit.com. Now, what Elicit does is very much the same. You will find that with all of these tools I'm showing you, you have to register. If you want to, I'll show you what they can do, and that means paying, but the basic stuff, they usually for free. So there is a payment option with many of them, but the basic stuff is usually for free. So what you can do with Elicit is that it will give you, first, it will start with the 4 highest cited papers in your topic, and it'll give you a summary of what they say. Then you can go into these topics, and you can, for instance, let me just put that down. You can, for instance, see this is a table that is created. You can, for instance, say, I want a summary of everything included. I want the methodology included. So the more you type, the more it takes the journal articles and it gives you what it used. Its method, its finding, it breaks down the article for you. Catch 22 here. If you want to export, and you can, you pay. So up until here, it's for free. So it helps you. It gives you seminal work. You can put in different filters. You can put in different years, and it gives you seminal work. It gives you the most cited work in that area that you're putting in. And I mean, it's just to make our lives a little bit easier. The next one I want to show you is SciSpace. Now, SciSpace does very much the same than Elicit. So SciSpace, again, has the insights from the top 5 papers, and then it gives you exactly the same. So either SciSpace or Elicit does the same. It breaks down the article for you, and you could go and add the columns that you want. And you can, SciSpace does not offer the option for download, but you can add to your library. So that is a more in the cloud kind of virtual library that you're creating for your papers. Now, you know ChatGPT, but Chat PDF, do you know that? Yeah? So Chat PDF allows you to upload a PDF document and have a conversation with it. So I've uploaded a document and I've asked it to give me the key findings, and it gives you the key findings. So it's just a longer route, and you have to upload every document. So it's a bit, what do you call it? Labor intensive. And then the last one that I wanted to show you is Connected Papers. You familiar with that? Right, Connected Papers is giving you again, a bunch of articles, and then it asks you to choose one of the articles from where you're going to anchor your literature. So the one that you have here that is closest to what it is that you want to do, want to investigate. And then you can click on it. Oh, no. Sorry, it's because you can click on the article, and then it will show you the entire article connections, the connected papers associated with it. Sorry, let me just go in. Okay, so what you see here is the darker the dot, the bigger is the relationship to your original article. The smaller the dot, the lighter the dot, the less it would have a relationship to your original article. It gives you links, especially between the different articles, to show you if there are, for instance, an article that has two parts, then it will show you the different articles. And what it allows you to do is then click on one of them and see the relationship and then access that article. So if you click there, it's going to open up the article for you. And you can go and read that article. So all of this is just an effort. It's just tools to help you to do your literature review. It by no means ensures that your literature review is going to be exhaustive. It by no means that you are going to automatically hit the seminal works. If you want to hit the seminal works, if you want to really start in your theory and in your literature with the most important writers of that, you can search on the author if you know the author. If you don't know the author, then you need to read through a couple of papers to find out who is cited the most. And then you can start looking at the author. I think the last thing I want to leave you with is the importance of knowing your keywords that you use in the search of your literature, and also your Boolean characters, right? So knowing that you are searching for very specific, can you see that I, for instance, have this in quotation marks? If it wasn't in quotation marks, it would have searched gender separately and inequality separately. So me putting it in quotation means it's a single concept that it will search. In public sector in Africa, and public sector and Africa, or public sector. So use those kinds of Boolean words that help you to narrow your search much better. Now, talk through these keywords with your supervisors and go and have a look at what is available. Because as you said, you are not going to be the first one to write about this. You are not yet the foremost thinker, but you are taking the first step towards becoming it. Are there any questions? That's all I wanted to show you. Any questions from the floor? I think many of you have already started your lit reviews, right? And if you need, I think the slides are being given to you. So you do have those names of the different AI tools. And as I said, the basics are always free. It's when you start wanting to import, export, and all of that, then it starts costing you. It might be a wise investment if you find that it works well for you. Okay. No questions? Yeah, Diamond. We have 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. My question goes to the second presenter on the use of elicit and science space as, you know, literature review aids. What precautions do I have to have, knowing that AI is new? To what extent do I trust the summary that has been generated for me, or do I need to physically verify whatever has been generated? Because I'm afraid of, you know, putting out something, then 2 days later or 5 years later, I'm caught out to say, oh, this, yeah. So that's my worry.
It's a really good question, because it is, there are a lot of tools. There are a lot of AI tools out there, and there are not many of them that really are reputable, that universities use. So if you come across a tool and you think it's really cool, I think your first conversation needs to be with your supervisor to find out if they know about this. Have they used it? Have they found any problems with it? Then your obligation as a student is to do a little bit of a test with the literature. So go and have a look at the actual article and see how they did it and whether or not you agree. and to what extent you agree with the analysis. So the ones that I've shown you are pretty accurate. But again, if you find that you are going to be using them because they are accurate, it still does not mean that you're going to write down that finding. You're still going to use the original source, right? So you're still going to have to go to that original article and take your information from the original article. This is a tool that helps you to digest what has been written about your topic out there. It by no means replaces your literature review that you yourself have to do. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of the seminar, and we will see one another around. Good luck with the studies and the writing. Happy writing.
Okay, I have gotten this should I say response or feedback before that I cannot use an article for my analysis chapter that I haven't reviewed in my literature review chapter. So I am just questioning like.
Okay, this is a new thing for me. I would not tell my student you're not allowed. If it is, I think the only limitation that could possibly be placed on it is if this was a deductive study and you developed constructs from very specific sources, that those are the sources that you have to connect through or connect with again as you do your analysis. That's the only reason I can think, but for me, that would be more on a master's level than on a PhD level. Okay. I don't know if any of the other supervisors want to chip in here. You're okay with the answer? Seems like it. Is it okay?
you want to go? Yeah. The problem is the thing. Whenever I'm hearing people saying, I'm going back to the sun in Nigeria. So it's all goes like bad, right? Yes. Bad. It's still the same thing. Yeah. So baddest will be the third one, right? Yeah. So bad, bado, baddest. Bad, bado, baddest. Baddest, bado.
As you are shown as first with your hands, you see your hands.
Okay, I'm giving you
close.
six.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll confuse you now. Yeah. So okay, let's go. Baddest. All right, I think we can get going.
So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I know you've been having a long day, but it's good that we are also continuing in the tradition of talks we've been having around publishing, journals, and all of those things. So it's good to have a very brief conversation around ranking journals and pitching articles. And what we have as outline for this particular session, was collected from the feedback that we received and the various interests align around journal ranking, understanding impact factor, and other citation metrics, identification of approved and indexed journals, how to identify them, and then evaluating and selecting journals that align with your research. How do you go about it? And tailoring your submission, for different journals. And finally, how to effectively pitch articles to top tier journals. So these are the interests that we collected. And in this session, really, our basic focus is to expose you to journal ranking and understanding what those citation metrics are about, and then helping you to identifying, or exposing you to some of the ways that you can identify index journals and how to select what's appropriate for you. And then, some ideas on ways of pitching to top journals, publishers. So the first thing I would like to ask is if anyone here, you have. Okay, yeah, so I'm interested in knowing if any one of you have tried to publish, whether you have published papers, you have published journal articles, anyone here, or you are considering submitting at the moment. The way you are looking at me, I think you are not sure if. Okay. Yes. Oh, eventually. So, I'm not sure if this is good or bad that you have not proposed articles to journals yet, but the session will still be valuable to you in many ways, because journal ranking process has become something that is tied to many things within the academia. And for you as early career, doctoral researcher, you need to have some ideas on how this works, so that when you begin to make that decision about where to put your work, you know exactly what you are looking out for and how to easily navigate. And we get this conversation a lot for PhDs, PhD students. A lot of times, no idea, no clue how to start. Where do you even begin to look at, which journal to submit to? And at times they easily forget that in writing that particular paper, they have read many articles. Some read up to upward of 50 journal articles, and then they want to submit paper, and then they're wondering where they are going to put it. When in fact you could go to your reference list, see where the very good papers have been published, the ones that you like when you were doing your review or you're doing your writing. Say, okay, where have they been published? And then you just go there and see things. So that's part of what we are going to be talking about, really. So journal metrics essentially are quantitative measures used to assess the impact, quality, and reach of academic journals and individual scholars as well. So they are used to rank journals and also used to rank individual researchers. So what that means is that some matrices target journals. They used to rank journals, and then there are those that are focused on scholars themselves, personalized sort of, so you can know what. So the impact factor usually, would go to journals. Use that in ranking journals. And then Google Scholar Metrics as well, is for that purpose. H-index, I-10 index, focus or targeting scholars. They use that to rank individual researchers to know where they stand in the particular field of study, how the extent to which their work is relevant to the people that they talk to in their community, those who are working within their field. And then you also have companies, right, owned by academic publishers involved in ranking. And some of them, they have different purposes, like the Eugene Factor Score, for instance. It looks at reputation, within certain kind of journal. So, for instance, if you are working in public administration, they may just be interested. They will calculate their own metrics based on journals that have cited your work and that have been archived in certain kind of academic databases. So that means they could just draw from information from Web of Science or Scopus archive journals, rather than just go everywhere. So Google Scholar will pick from all over the place, or Google Scholar Metrics will pick from all over the place. So there isn't a lot of discrimination as far as Google Scholar Metrics is concerned, but some are more focused. Alt Metrics, it's fairly recent, and that is basically looking at the extent to which your published work is gaining traction on social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, and all of those things. How many posts, how many likes, how many retweets around your work. And this is very important because increasingly you'll see when you begin to take that process, you are trying to submit to journals, some can ask for your Twitter handle. Some can ask for, whether if you're on LinkedIn, they ask for your handle, so that by the time they are publishing your work, they will also tag you and hoping that you will do a retweet or repost, and someone within your network will pick it up and do a retweet or a repost. Someone can comment on it, some can give you a like, and all of those things. So those kind of conversations and the engagements, are brought together under the alt metrics. Now, impact factor is the most used, in ranking journals and their reputation, and it's basically average looking approach. That's essentially what they do in calculating impact factor. So the calculation is based on 2-year period and involves dividing the number of times an article was cited by the number of articles that are citable. So if you have a journal, they collect information about how many times, articles published in that particular journal, how many citations they gathered, and then divide it by the number of articles that are actually published. So meaning that you have some papers that were not cited, but you have some that have been cited. So they collect all the citation and then divide it by the number of papers that have been published. So that end up giving you the impact factor for that. And then if you look up here, that is the impact factor calculated for the journal Nature, and it's basically that. So 43 is quite high. So you probably get that mostly from science-based journal, human sciences, biological sciences journal, and things like that. Mostly in social sciences and humanities, you get something maybe around 2.1, 1.5, and all of that. Some, even very good journals would not get up to that, maybe 0 point something. So it varies, the kind of numbers that you get. We're going to talk about those a little bit. And then, of course, there's the H index. So H index essentially would, it's about more or less, so if you have 10 articles that have been published, and you have different citations. One would have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it basically look at the number of times that all the works that you have, the highest number of times that your articles have been cited, and use that to calculate a factor for you. So if someone, as you can see on the board now, if an article has been cited at least 8 times or more times, the remaining articles have been cited 8 times or less, something like more or less. So if you say 8, you have up to 8 articles that have been cited more than 8 times, and then below, that have been cited 8 times or less. So that is used in calculating that kind of number. At times, the I-10 index, this is usually used by Google Scholar, and that is just listing the number of publications that you have that have been cited at least 10 times. So depending on whoever is trying to use the information is looking for, they can pick different things. Some will just go to the Eugene factor, which would only collect or help you calculate your H index by looking at papers that have been published in certain academic databases. So that is just so to reduce the number of the quality. So it means that if you see a researcher, for instance, you go to their Google Scholar page, you can find 50 papers there. But if you go to Web of Science or Scopus, you may not find more than 20. So, and that's why a lot of journals, they will have information, they will give you information about where their journals have been indexed and all of those things. So that is also helps you to gauge whether or not to publish your work in those papers. So why journal, why do they matter? Why should we be interested? And you should see here, this is from Schemago, this image that I've collected. And you'll see different kind of information there. So on the top there, those are the names of the journals, of different journals. And the Q1 there, that is the highest ranking that a journal can have as far as Schemago is concerned. So Q1, that's topmost. And then you have 2, 3, 4. And I mean, once you begin to get to 4, that journal is probably not, very, very relevant, as depending. So depending on what you are trying to do, really. So you can see this one, Journal of Policy History. But what you also notice is that some of those journals are ranked based on different subject areas. So you can have Journal of Public Policy History that would have different rank when you check it against history as compared to when you check it against public administration. So they can be ranked differently. So it depends. So this information are there, but the ranking, is important for many reasons. Academic appointment and promotions. So we've had a situation, in fact, in the case of, our colleagues from South Africa will know this. If you're applying for a postdoc, the first thing that you'll be interested in, okay, can this person publish? Because that goes into the kind of money that they are able to attract or they're able to get from the Department of Education, and then there's a whole resources, even for research and all of those things. So you can't just publish anything. You can't just publish anything. So for appointments and promotions, if you want to join a department, they want to know, where is this person publishing? So you must be seen as someone who is publishing in the field of interest that you have applied to. And for promotion as well. You want to go from one level to another. Imagine you trying to go from senior lecturer to professor, and then all your works, have been published in Q4 journal. And I think even in South Africa also ranks researchers. There's a whole certification that you get, scientific something like that they rank the researchers like investigator. I don't know the exact thing, but I know that is also thing. So that ranking is coveted by researchers, particularly if you are based at the South African university. For grants application as well. So if you are trying to get millions of dollars and all of that for your research, from maybe in public health or public health policy and all of those things, and then they are wondering, you have not published in Lancet, you have not published in Nature, you have not published in like top, journals, in the area, depending, or even global health or global public health, they'll be wondering like, I'm not sure, So that's affect. I know colleagues, who have lost opportunities for postdoc or for fellowship because of the kind of publications that they have. And it's so unfortunate because some of these early careers, they had no idea, how to begin with. They just see an email from someone, they say, oh, you can put your paper here, they submit and all of that. And then they realize that at the point of application for a position, you're like, no, we can't take this. You have 10 papers that you have submitted, and then they cancel out about 8 because it's irrelevant. And not that these papers are not good papers, but they can't trust where the outlets that you have submitted your work. So that is very, very important, why you need to know some of these issues at this time. Of course, consultancies. If you are trying to get consultancy opportunity from the World Bank, from UN, from UNICEF, and all these big organizations, because they use research and they are interested in the reputation of those who they're asking to do work for them. So if you are the one that enjoys just putting your paper in, we'll call some in Nigeria, we'll say Agbowo Journal. Agbowo is just a community outside of the University of Ibadan, So and they say, oh, you just cross over to the street and publish your work somewhere. No one is seeing your work. Your work is irrelevant. Some can have very long CVs, but you can't like bring out good papers that are published. And the beautiful thing for a PhD or for a PhD student, if you, by the time you are finishing, you're able to publish one solid paper, in very good journal, that can make a world of difference, in the opportunities that you create for yourself. So knowing where to put your work is very important. I remember back in, I think sometime around 2014 or thereabouts, we wrote a paper. I was still a doctoral student with 2 other colleagues. And then we gave it to a senior person in the department to look at for us. And we were working on a review at the time. And then he read the paper and then he said something. He said, oh, Kudus, this is good work and all of that. We have already committed to where we're publishing it. And he said, next time, if you do very good work, make sure it gets published in very topmost place that you can find. So that has never left me because it makes a lot of difference. You can do a lot of good work and then end up just putting it in a place that nobody's going to read it, talk less of, or not to talk of citing it. But we have to be conscious of the fact that these matrices, they have limitations, right? So from what we've been saying, for instance, what you will get is that for impact factor, which is the most used, and that is based on average, you know that from statistical point of view, average has issues. So that means, for instance, if you are reading if a journal has an impact factor of 40, there's no way to assess the individual contributions of all the articles in that particular journal. So meaning that you can have one paper that amassed 500 citations in one issue. Let's say you have 10 articles there. One article amassed 500 citations, and then the others 20, 5, 2. If you do average, you are likely to get high number, right? So, and that will go for the reputation of the journal. But then someone will say, oh, I published in a journal with impact factor of 45. And then you go to check that particular article, you realize that that only contributed like 5 citations to the entire thing. So there's no way to assess individual contribution, you know, of the person publishing. Of course, it also depends on the field. I talked about that the other time when I was showing impact factor for nature. So, and this is a going conversation, you know, in a lot of universities. In fact, some universities, there's a whole movement around the need to drop impact factor and H-index and all of those things, you know, because they feel that they don't tell us anything. But we are talking about, you know, capitalist universities now. There's a whole lot of commercialization and all of that. A lot of people are making money off this impact factor thing, you know, so they continue to use it. And I don't know if you have been, you are following conversation within your university. Some people in the humanities, you know, where if you amass H-index, you know, high H-index, maybe you'll be in the range of 15 or 12 or something like that. And then you have a colleague in sciences or in public health. The person has like maybe 50, 60 something. In their eyes, you are not doing anything. You know, and at times, because of power relation within university, you know, you find these top guys or those in medicine and all of that, you know, determining what the policy, promotion and appointment policies are. And they will say, oh, if you don't have H-index of 15, you cannot be considered for full professorship. So that's the conversation that is going on. And some are trying to resist that. Because even the very big, some very big universities, where people have like Yale and Harvard, where people have full professorship. If you go to their Google Scholar page, their H-index is no more than 5, 6. So there's difference between disciplinary orientation, and we need to be attentive to that, you know, when we make decision on how we judge the value of the work that's been done, you know, by colleagues and all of that. So it pays to be aware of that. And then the issue of it can be manipulated, right? So if you pick any journal, any volume of a journal would have different kind of articles. So you have the original research, you can have systematic review. Some also publish commentaries. Some publish stories or debates. Some publish conversations. Now, but there's this idea of citable. So it's left to a journal to then say, okay, oh, out of we publish this volume and it has 10 whatever, but only 5 articles are citable. So if you say, if you are deciding, if the journal is deciding only 5 are citable, but that doesn't mean people won't cite those other ones. And those calculations will go into what they get eventually. So there's a whole conversation around this, what's citable and what's not citable. And then also journal reputation for an individual article reputation. I talked about that. Cost of publishing in prestigious and non-prestigious or ranked journal. So this is also about money. Journals that have very high impact factor, you know, there's high likelihood that if you publish there, your work is likely going to be read by a lot of people, likely to be cited and all of that. So most of those big journals, they charge a lot of money. They charge a lot of money. So you end up finding yourself in a place where, like, you know, you can't even publish. Like if you don't have the money to publish there, or if your research is not funded or is not funded with like several thousands of dollars or pounds, you know, you may not be able to approach them. So there's a whole issue around that you need to be aware of. Of course, there are other issues here, issues around self-citation. because everything adds up. You know, if you do, cite your work, cite friend, colleagues' work. In fact, there's a whole racket in some universities. You know, you have a network of researchers citing each other's work, whether it's relevant or not. I've seen recently. So if I receive citation on an article that I've published, you know, I try to check, maybe through ResearchGate or something. I try to check how my work has been used. At times, you find funny things like they use your first name as your other or as your surname and all of that. But what you find at times is that your work is just dropped there, because that person is trying to publish in a journal that you have published in, and they want it to seem like, oh, we've cited something from within the journal itself. At times, the editors, if you go to their whatever, they'll say, oh, your work, whatever you're submitting to us, you know, likelihood of you being accepted or being considered, you must engage with conversation that's already going on in the journal. So you get a language like that. So meaning that for whatever reason, so you just go back, this one, it looks like what I'm doing, you just put it there. Pew. At times, some people are so good, you can pack all kinds of stuff, you know, references. And so, but that also adds up, right? It adds to the calculations that comes up eventually in that particular journal. So we need to be wary of that. And then, of course, bias towards English language journals. I don't need to go into this a lot. But identifying approved index journals. How do you identify the journals that have been approved? A lot of universities have models, and as you can see here, the logos over there, the Scopus, the PubMed, the Web of Science, Science Direct, Directory of Open Access Journal, ERIC for those working in education, JSTOR, and all of that. So, but there are university libraries, you know, they help archive, you know, where you can, where those they consider areas or places where you can publish your work. So some universities have dedicated sections of their universities doing this work, and a lot of times they request for approved journals or the contribution to approved journals from researchers working in the university or working in the field. So every now and then, some university every year, they would ask, you know, are there new journals you think we should include, you know, in this list? So they keep improving it, they keep adding and all of those things. And then other university portals as well, but in particular, academic databases. A lot of very good academic databases, like some that have been listed already, you know, they archive or provide information for only journals that they have vetted and they consider, you know, of high quality, they consider to be of high quality. So in Web of Science, for instance, or on Scopus, you're likely to find journals that have like reputation. Now, this does not mean that some funny journals don't find their way into these databases, but your chances of you know, encountering very low quality, poorly managed journals, you know, in those on those academic databases, you know, are limited. And then journal publishers as well, you know, the big ones, the Taylor and Francis, the Sage, Springer Nature, Wiley, BMC, and all these publishers, you know, they journals that you find there are likely to be journals that your university will approve of, you know, and things like that. But national accreditation bodies, and I think this example of South Africa, I think is very, it stands out in the context of Africa because the Department of Higher Education is very much involved in where you can publish work. So there's a whole Excel list, you know, being updated every year. So you can just go there. If you see a journal that you're interested in publishing, you go to check first. Is it recognized? So if you publish it there and you are a staff member of that university, it doesn't go into the record of your department because it's not approved. So they have all the lists, and there are ones that are categorized as first tier or something like that, where if you publish there, you can get as much as 20,000 rands, you know, that comes to the university. And at the end of the day, maybe the researcher will get some amount. And there are some, maybe second tier and all of that. A lot of I don't is it Sabri or something. There's a database or academic publishing company that archives or manages a lot of journals publishing within South African universities. In Sabinet or something like that. Yes. So that particular database, a lot of journals published by South African universities, you can see them there, and they're also recognized as well. So that list is usually very comprehensive. If you have a colleague, if you have someone in South Africa, just tell them, if you find a journal on that list, there's high likelihood that that journal has a reputation. So there's a whole lot of work going into that process. But we can add to that. Let's say you go to these databases and you're unable to, you are not sure what is there. You're not sure whether you are going to make the right decision about where to put your work and all of that. You can try journal finders. You can try journal finders or go to journal ranking sites. So journal finders will be something like this. So this is Springer Nature. If you go to their website or you just Google journal finders, you are going to find a link that brings you to a place like this. And on this platform, you can see they are telling you how much journals they publish. And then they ask you whether you want to browse from A to Z. So you see the entire list of journals that they have. So if you have time, you can check through. You can search by keywords or stuff like that. And then, of course, you can search by keywords. So public admin, public policy, or policy, So that can give you some output. But it's also more advanced on some publisher sites, where you find something journal recommender, some call this journal suggesters. And when you come here, you see that they are very, very specific in terms of what they think you can do. So they will ask for to input your manuscript title. So if you have finished the paper, they put your manuscript title. They ask for keywords, to put at least 5 keywords, select subjects, areas. You can leave some of this blank. It's not compulsory, right? So indexing, the kind of indexing that you are interested in. So where those journals have been indexed, so if it's some universities, like I know a lot of private universities in Nigeria now, they say, oh, it has to be archive or Scopus. So Scopus is the dominant guy, Scopus. So you can go there and check Scopus and then click it. So whatever output you are going to get, will be journals that are archived on those sites. And then you can also select whether you want it to be all sales journal or gold, the one that is open access, or those that are suspicion based. So depending on the mandate of publication that you have, some have funding to publish their work. Some universities have agreements with publishing companies, journal publishing companies, so you know that even if you have open access, whatever, you are not going to be burdened by the payment. So the university is paying anyway. So, but there are also other sites like Jane. So on Jane, you put the title, it will ask for the abstract. So once you put the abstract, you ask it to search. It will look all over and then see, but of course, the ones that are closest to what you have written will come out first. You'll see them on top. And then you can just click the one you are interested in and go after it. Oh, this is not very clear. It's a bit small. But this is the Schimago. Schimago is a journal ranking site, but it also ranks by country as well. So this is more robust, in terms of you can see whether you want to check by the area of research. You can see up here is social sciences, and then followed by public administration, all regions, journals only, the year as well. So because journal ranking vary year by year, so you can see a journal that is ranked Q1 today In another, maybe 2 years prior, they're just like maybe Q4. So that can tell you that this journal is whether they are going upward or downward. Some journals have reputation in their field of study, for instance, but they don't have they're not highly ranked in terms of these metrics that they use here. So you can find variation. But the idea is, if you are talking about public administrations, these ones rank highest. That's what he's saying. And funny thing, based on what I was saying the other time, you see this one, the number 1 has 14.17. And then the number 9, 1.8. But it's still Q1. It's still Q1. So that means you shouldn't dismiss a journal because the impact factor is low. That is not the idea. The idea is to let you know that the approach is to ranking journals, and that knowing about it could be useful to you in terms of ensuring that your work gets the maximum exposure that it deserves, and that you get very thorough review of your work, during submission. Of course, there's also the Google metrics as well. As you can see here, this is also this is public policy and administration. So it means that if you are looking at public administration, this combines 2 stuff: public policy, administration. But this is just public administration. So some articles some journals you are finding here may not show up here. That was what I was saying about a particular journal can be ranked based on different disciplines. So you can have a journal A, for instance, is ranked for cultural studies, is ranked for sociology, is ranked for anthropology. And that number can vary. So I advise you to interact with Google metrics, because you can information, even up to discipline level. And usually, if you go to any areas like this, they usually list the top 20. You find top 20 on the metric. Like the top 20 journals in your field. I mean, you won't be doing bad. So, and then try to work your way up bit by bit. So at times you get lucky, you get good reviews and all of that. But at times, they can bounce you. But then you go to maybe number 3, you try again, and stuff like that. So, but also is good. That gets you familiarized with the leading journals in your field. And you'll be surprised, year on year, the position keeps changing, as the reputation of a journal keeps increasing. I was talking about checking your reference list the other time. That is also a very good way to identify, where to put your work. Usually, I don't know how that happens, but we oftentimes forget that we build on existing work to write our own papers. So, and then you finish the paper and then you are looking around, where am I going to publish my work? Go to your references, go and check. Which author have you cited the most, for instance? Which paper is closely related to what you are doing? Check where they have been published. And of course, after having checked that, you can also go to this journal site to actually check where the standing of that journal is. Because a journal, a paper can be published like maybe an outlet that was very reputable, maybe like 10 years ago. But owing to all kinds of things, the paper is still really important. People continue to cite it because it's very, very seminal. It's very, it's central to a lot of the arguments that you're having in your field. But the journal itself, the reputation probably had nosedived. Some journals close out. So it pays to still check again to be sure. The editorial board might have changed. You may have someone on the editorial board that is biased towards your work, or that you don't want the person coming across your work. So there are all kinds of reasons that you can, do check again. But your reference list is a very good place to check. And by looking at systematic reviews as well, because thematic reviews often bring together, evidence, try to harmonize evidence, in different ways. And oftentimes to say this is thematic review, you must have, engaged with papers that are based on evidence, empirical works and all of that. They are synthesizing. So there's a high likelihood that some of those papers that have been used in thematic review have appeared in reputable outlets as well. Now, to summarize this, in selecting an appropriate journal, and I want to move quickly around this, you need to identify your target audience. Does it align with the scope of your research? Does it target people who are working in your field? Your target audience is key. Quality and reputation of the journal, which can be assessed in many ways. We talked about the metrics. The peer review process. Is it double blind? Is it single blind review? Check to be sure that the review process is ethical and is something that you want to put yourself through. Consider accessibility and reach. So that's where this indexing become important. If the journal that you are trying to publish in, is archived in very good academic database, there's high likelihood that people are going to find it. Because when people are doing research, they engage with academic databases. So Google Scholar is good, but it does not discriminate. So some people just want to be sure that what you're engaging with is actually a research that has been well done. So they rather go to Web of Science or Scopus to do their search. And you can see some journals that are new, that are not being hosted on academic databases. They can explain there that they are working towards being archived on so and so. It may be because the journal is young, or they don't have they are still trying to put structures in place and all of that. So review the submission guideline. Does the journal publish your type of manuscripts? Some publish original research, some publish reviews. So for some of us, all of us who are working in public policy, you see a book that you really like, you want to write a review. Some journals don't publish review. Some publish reviews, but you have to be invited to submit a review. Some journals will give you the book to review. So you have to be sure. Some publish commentaries, some don't. So there are all kinds of things you can publish. If you see something new happening in your area and then you want to make comment on it, commentaries get published, letter to the editors. But not all journals publish, the same thing. Yeah, and then also check article publication charges. Are you going to pay money to publish there? Can you afford it and all of that? And the charges, can tell you so many things. Is the charge too low or too high? Just in the middle. So turnaround time as well. How quickly is the review process? Is 6 months too short or too long for you? You don't forget you are doing your PhD. Some are doing PhD by dissertation, some are doing by publication. So you want to be sure you don't have all the time. So you have to be sure that you are submitting to journals that can get your work done. In fact, experienced researchers will tell you that some have had their papers under review for 4 years, for 5 years, and all of those things. So it can get really delayed. So be sure. And then read authors' experiences on Twitter and all those places. Manage your paper content, to be sure that it aligns with the work that is going on. The ethics as well. Is it a predatory journal? Can you identify? There are sites, the bills list and all those things that constantly update predatory journals. You can check it out. And of course, consult, talk to your mentors, talk to your supervisors to see what's best option for you. We use the rest of our time to go to pitching articles, and this essentially is talking about how you approach journals, to say, look, I've done this work, you need to publish it. And in trying to do that, your job is basically to sell your work. To say they have to publish your work. And there are many ways to do this. You can write an advanced letter detailing your research to say, look, journal editor, I have this work that I've done. I think it's interesting. Will your journal be interested in considering it for review? So some do that for many reasons. And then there's also cover letter that you can prepare while submitting your papers. Increasingly, some publishers like Wiley, it's Taylor & Francis as well, they are moving to different submission sites, websites. You may not find cover letter submission, at times, but some still attach it anyway. So, but it's best to have a cover letter. And here, I'm just going to quickly show you. This is a paper, one of my works published last year. And, to just show you the format, for writing such a letter, if you need to do it. So what I did there really is to introduce the work and emphasize different portion of the work, to ensure that the editor understands what I'm trying to do and, to get them interested. Generally, it's about you writing letters, typical letter that you write to someone, formal letter saying that, look, I have something that I think is of interest to you. So of the address, your salutation, just saying, hey, not just, people write emails now, they just go into what they want to say. I want to submit this, blah, 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 and then just go, Now, you introduce the purpose of your letter. I am submitting this to this journal. I think you can consider it for publication. Now, this is the most important part of what you are going to submit. That is where you lay out clearly what your research is about. And emphasizing really briefly the research context, what is known about this area of research, what is not known about this area of research, what your manuscript is adding, and then the broader contribution that your paper is going to be making. This is very important. So it's not like you are copying your abstract and putting it there. You're not copying abstract and putting your abstract there. That's not the job. You need to clearly and in a very concise manner to communicate what it is about your work. So here in stating the gap, I said something like, we do not know how intertwining of macro structural factors and realities of the everyday complicate migrant experiences of health problems. So there's always people are constantly talking about, oh, people are facing this challenge, you are facing this challenge and all of that. How do they experience those challenges? So because the idea of checklisting problems may not help us to appreciate how that problem actually operates and the complications, how complicated those problems can get in people's everyday lives and impact them. So this is about bringing narrative together and trying to show, how people experience a problem. It's not just about, so he puts a face, he puts stories behind it and all of that. So you have to emphasize stuff like that. And restate suitability of the manuscript for the journal and relevance of your contribution. You restate that this is important for your journal and it's going to be valuable to your audience and things like that. And of course, ethics issue, that this is not under consideration elsewhere. So you avoid the practice of submitting to 2 or more journals at the same time. If you are submitting to a journal to look at, wait for you to get response from them. If the wait time is too long, you can do follow-up. And if you're not getting the kind of response you get based on the time and all of those, you can move your work, you can withdraw your submission and just go. So we avoid submitting to multiple journals at the same time. Now, some suggestion. In pitching your article, you articulate very clear objectives, to the editor. Demonstrate that your work builds on existing literature and makes important contribution. And then also to submit to journals that are relevant to you one at a time. I stated that. follow the instructions to the author. You have heard this over and over in this meeting, following the instructions. So every journal has a guidance notes that you can read as an author. Say for the author, you see it there. Read it word for word, check what counts, check the referencing style that they approve, check how the spacing and all of those things. They are very important because now I think almost well-managed, all well-managed journals have admins. And the job of the admins is just to do checklists. Is the word count adequate? Is the number of tables that prove adequate? Is the number of figures? Are they in the right format? And all those things. Once there's a problem with that, even blinding your submission, is it there? Is the ethics committee, whatever I mentioned, once they check and check and check, if there's any error there or whatever, they send it back to you, they unsubmit it. So you have to resubmit. And that also can delay your time, the turnaround time for you. And then following up when it's necessary. As I was saying the other time, I won't go over that. You can get accepted, you can get rejected. Regardless, you need to respond carefully, take your time, particularly if you are doing revisions. Take your time with the review, respond to the reviewers point by point. You can't state this enough. So some have the habit of just providing vague explanation, or they will say, oh, the thing is in the article, in the manuscripts now, I've highlighted it in red. They should be able to read it. That's not what you do. Every comment, you have to break the comments down. At times you get reviews. The reviews are longer than the article that you submitted. I have received that. We are currently working on one. So if you can't imagine you submitting an article of 5,000 words and then somebody comes back with you, something 6,000 words, of review. But that can get you intimidated, but don't worry. At times, you see those long, very long reviews, they are easiest to deal with because most of the time the reviewer is explaining. They're explaining their critique. So you just need to, highlight the most important stuff. So you learn by doing. Of course, rejection decision, you get that. I gave example of that. You just need to know that there's, many journals out there that could be interested in publishing your work. So take your paper. If you find feedback, if you have the opportunity, if it was not just rejected and it went out, but reviewers rejected it, use the reviews that you've gotten, to revise your work and see, which next one, on that top 20 that you want to slide to. So you can just go back a bit, or find alternatives. And what you find is, in my experience, I think by the time I finished my PhD, I've published, I think I published upward of 10 or 12 papers for my PhD research. Yes, now that's a complicated story. I can gist you how that came about later. But it's not like, I had all this data. I did research in China and all of those things. And I had multiple fellowships that allow me, that I'm on to communicate different parts of my findings, in different ways and all of that. Some, I collected additional data at some point, to get there. But the foundation for all those papers for my PhD. And among some of these papers, there was a particular one, the very first paper that I wrote for my PhD, the very first one. I didn't publish it until after 3 years of finishing my PhD. And that was because I was listing all the journals that I submitted it to. I think about 16 until on the final one that published it. So it was on the 16th or 17th that I got it published. There was a particular journal where I've done reviews like 3 times, and then the editor just felt like, we don't want this after 3 rounds of reviews. So you will get things like that. So rejection is not like it's something you have to cultivate the habit of taking rejections in. It's part of the dance. As a scholar, it's part of the dance. My doctoral student is here. We did a research last year. We've written by about upward of like four manuscripts or thereabouts. We have only managed to publish 1. And we have money to publish 1 more. So it's not about money at times. Those journals do serious work. So we are still trying to get them published. So don't get discouraged when you get rejections. It's part of the whole process. So in conclusion, it's important to familiarize yourself with academic journal ranking practices as part of your PhD journey and beyond. You are going to need it. Even if if you decide to move outside of the academia and work in NGOs or international organizations, a lot of that, if you have to deal with research and using evidence, you need to know how to gauge evidence. If you are reading a research and you want to quote them as evidence for an intervention, you must know how to assess whether this thing the research has been well done, and where they appear can give you a clue, into that. But you publish, you're encouraging you to publish, but you have to publish right, publish in the right places, publish ethically and things like that, and target the very best and pitch that article. So don't wait until the last year of your PhD before you start writing your manuscript. You write now, you can publish many things. You can publish your review, this part of your review. You can publish theoretical reviews. You can do all kinds of things, as you go along with your PhD work. I talk about comments. I talk about reviews as well. So that is where I'm going to end. And if we have a few minutes more. If there are comments or questions, let's take it now. Thank you. Questions, comments, observations? Okay. So I'm sensing that maybe because you are still trying to get that first manuscript out.
So I attended the advanced course recently, and there was this session on, finding, journals to publish in and all that. And there was this insinuation that once journals start asking for money, they appear predatory. So there needs to be some clarification around that. And as we're speaking, I just checked up a few journals in the field, and it appears very high, the amount of money they are requesting to publish open access publication. Why you have opportunity to have a closed access, but you also probably want to explain, of course, it's self-explanatory, but you want to buttress it further, the advantage of having open access and having a closed access. I think the last one would be the politics of international and local journals.
Wow. So these are issues that we can't finish one. I think you should have it because our time is fast.
My question has to do with calling CULL from your literature review section. And I've been wondering that, okay, when do you publish then? For example, I'm at my proposal development phase. Is it at that point that you think is ripe to call a part of it, or at what point?
So first of all, there's no right time. There's no right or wrong time to publish, because you are a doctoral researcher, and for the years you are going to spend, you are likely not going to be working just on your PhD. You are collaborating with senior colleagues. You have an interest. You saw a conference that is related to that is interesting to you, but you are not doing your PhD research there. You propose an abstract, you get selected, you write the paper, So, and then in terms of, your literature review, at times, what you are going to encounter in your PhD work is that if you do your review well enough, you'll find that at times, maybe like 25 or to 50% of what you write originally will not get into your thesis. So what are you going to do with that? You're just going to put it in your pocket? No, you find where to publish it. So I did that. So when talking about the number that I was talking about, finishing my PhD, like some of them, I changed the focus of my work at different times. And I've done this review, I've done this writing and everything. I get to publish them. So there's no right time to start. Now, the politics of global north, south, and everything, that is a whole conversation. We are not going to be able to go into that here. We can talk outside for a bit if you're interested. But the charges, you have different practices. Journals that traditionally, requests for payments, publication fee, you find them mainly, health sciences, biological sciences, and all of that. That whether you those ones increasing now, they're not even doing closed access. It's open access. So you pay to get published. And a lot of funders actually, they allow you to put that in your budgets when you apply for funding. So you have to dedicate certain amounts, to dissemination, including journal publishing. Now, the closed access part, that's, subscription based and all of that, is still an opportunity. And what you find, the practice now in a lot of very big journals is that they have programs for scholars that are publishing from this part of the world, particularly if you are the first author or the corresponding author. So they look at where you are writing from. They have all kinds of programs. They can give you fee waivers. They can give you discounts. Depends. I know a colleague of mine who now is in Canada. She has published. She published a lot of work during her PhD, and her business is after she has submitted, they are published, and then when they get to the place they're asking for money, she write them a letter. I'm from developing country. I can't pay. So and she gets published. Because a lot of journals and whatever, they are being dragged all over the world now. People need to get their work done. Because of financial barriers, people should not be prevented from getting their work out there. So money, the idea of money, so in mostly humanities and social sciences, the list that is available is that you can publish your work. You don't have to pay. Most of us in humanities and social sciences, you don't have to pay to publish. So if you start considering open access, then you start considering paying money and all of that. So that's, but the in terms of whether the money is much or high or low or whatever, you find the very predatory journals. Of course, the idea of predatory is also a conversation that is going on. Who is calling what predatory and all of that. Who is compiling the list? The bills list that is used by many people is also being kicked away now, because a lot of journals that are not considered reputable by the West and all of that are actually journals people have committed resources to build and all of that, and labeling them as fake or predatory has actually cause a decline or crash of some of those very important journals. So you have to find, there are many ways to determine whether a journal is predatory or not. There are many ways to do that, which in itself can be a whole session, of learning. So that's where we are going to stop for now. We are already on time. But once again, I'd like to thank you for listening, and all the best with your work.
PM. You don't need to dress fancy, but if you do have fancy, I mean rock it, right? So you can come down there by the poolside at 7 p.m., right? And then also, as we are preparing to begin to, we've just landed, but you also must think about our living. You can pass by the reception at least tomorrow. Just ensure your room is clear of any extra bills. And then so that on Thursday, as we're going home, we don't have to retain you and forget that you need to go somewhere else, isn't it? I mean, I'd love to have you stay here still. And then I'll also share the departure, kind of what time you should be at the reception and the airport to take you to the airport. Yeah. So for now, we go focus on meeting at 7 p.m. Yeah, and then we'll do some dancing, some eating. If you have any special music requests, maybe somebody to play them. Okay, have a good evening.